As you guys return, some of you for the first time, finally making it down the mountain and returning or visiting Ripple Downs, a kind of a multi-layered and multi-ringed area surrounds what is colloquially known as Downs Square. There are small shops and houses, but the main feature of this place is definitely Downs Square, where the primary larger shopping ability is. There's a great large decorative tree with orbs of light that at the moment dimly shine in the branches. There's a large fountain in front of it. There's a multitude of shops, but your escort for Sandu is primarily successful. A little wagon damage and -1 horse, but you have arrived. Sandu has been healed and is no longer wounded from the acid spray from the lizard bugs. But you've made it down. And as you enter into the Downs Square, there is a near singing magical quality to the air around you. It's like breathing in freshness. Increased oxygen just reaches every portion of your body. Makes you feel light, clean, and calm. The effect is more potent on some of you than others, just based on temperaments, but it is overall soothing and very, very nice. And as you ride in, there is an exquisite smell of fresh fruit, baked bread, pastries, almonds, and many delectable things wafting through the air. You guys have reached your destination of, well, frankly, the shopping episode. What is your first thing you're doing?
Seamus and Leo, you guys said you were here before, correct?
That's right.
Why?
Out of curiosity, is there anybody here, at least that you ran into in regards to magical enchantments, magical items? More of
That. What was her name? Zula.
Yeah, there's an herbalist. Yeah, in
she
town
seemed to have
here.
a little bit of magic touch.
would you know if they would do requests, commissions?
Oh yeah, she loves us.
Okay.
That didn't sound very. It didn't sound very confident.
I mean, I didn't ask her for any concoctions, but you know, I can get her to do whatever.
What does her pricing look like?
I think
Oh,
the
for
last time we
someone
were
who-
here,
Saved her house or killed her fathers or something like that. I think we'll get a good deal.
I
To
think
be fair, it was a long time ago.
One of our compatriots paid with acorns, if I'm not mistaken. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
there wants payment of another kind.
Okay.
You just have to ask. It's, I think, right around the corner, actually, here.
I mean, my
Zula's shop, you did essentially pass close by. It's nearer to the entrance of the town, like on the outer ring. and not quite as close in here, but it's probably only about like 5-10 minutes away by carriage.
Morgan,
thought
did
it
I
was
get the
a-
name right, or are you just going with my memory?
I'm just going because this was back before I had my current system for
It's
keeping track of
something with
NPC
a
names.
Z. Yeah.
Mhm. Zula sounds right
All right.
ish.
That might be an errand I run a little later. And you said, Morgan, you said we would have passed it. Would I have put together that's what that was? Like, was the shop, does the shop stick out to like magical, or does it just look like some kind of shop?
It looks. I don't think you would have seen it. It's not. The way that I described it before is like there's essentially like a sign that kind of gives you like a very almost like child's drawing version of like where Ripple Downs is, and like a winding river to Ripple Mid and the winding river to Ripple Top. And that's like at the edge of the city. And her shop is kind of like tucked at like a if you're passing that coming into the city is kind of a left and a left and a left. So you probably didn't see it.
Okay.
Zeta? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes.
Zeta.
Zeta, that's it. Wiley Zeta. That's what I called
I
it.
was close. Yeah, Wily Zeta.
Mm-hmm.
That might be something we can hit on our way out, or I run a quick errand while the rest of you do whatever you need to do here. I know, Seamus, didn't you have to check up on your business?
There's a spa that I was planning on staying at. We can maybe go and check in there, and I was planning on talking to the owner a little bit. In fact, if you wanted to join me in that conversation, I think it'd be good. And then, yes, there's a Miles Meyer Cafe here in town that we have a part interest in, and we'll have to just check in, collect some of the dues, and make sure all the orders are in place.
Random question. Seamus, you handled this whole business arrangement with this wagon escort. Do you know exactly where we were supposed to take it here in Downs? Was there...
Sando speaks up. She's like, well, you've got me into the middle of the town. You've completed your obligation. This is where I need to be, but I've got some places that I need to go stop and drop these things off at, but I'll be staying at the Dripping Bow, as everybody does, if you want to come and say hi. Well, everybody does, not staying at the fancy spot place.
As part owner, we'll need to make some arrangements about some of the transport that we'll be needing in the future. Some of the cafe goods will need to move up and down the mountain here. Should be part of your trek that you're already making, I'm hoping. Additionally, I'm hoping to have some arms provided. The good folks at the top of the mountain could use some more arms to defend their lives after the attack by the fire people and the future war that inevitably is going to come back to their front door.
So, looking to add some wares to my trade? Is that what I'm picking up here?
Doing what we can to keep you busy. Keep you out of trouble.
Well, you might have a right good talent for handling when I've gotten myself into trouble before. You're right. Things are better for me when I'm not idle. That's for sure.
Probably have to put somebody else on your carriage riding shotgun for safety too, just to keep a lookout for you. That will always be important, of course. So, all things that we'll have to arrange and work out, but that's in the future, I think.
Well, I appreciate well, first of all, the business, but also the escort. This time around, things certainly were more rambunctious than usual. Not completely unheard of, but I'm certainly glad you were there. And I thought having that much oversight might be a bit overkill. Turned out to be the right amount.
You handled yourself like a professional.
Oh, just kept driving. Oftentimes, that's the best I got.
Not easy when you replace one of your horses with a bear mid jaunt.
I will admit, that was completely new. But once again, Dolphin, thank you for your service as a new type of beast of burden.
I do believe that the thanks would be better placed with the horses. Sure, I
Or
helped out, but they went from the top to the bottom of the mountain, and they could not do anything. They were attached to the carriage while something was trying to attack them. They were very frightened.
They did fantastically well. And I will certainly accommodate them. I always like to give them a couple of apples and a nice bit of a treat after they've done a great job, and this was a little above and beyond. Certainly.
I'll make sure they get a couple of cubes of sugar from the cafe when you stop by too.
I think that would train them in a way that would be acceptable. Eager to get the job done, they'll remember.
Seamus, I have a question for you. We had talked previously about about money and when it comes to purchasing things. And I was curious if perhaps you might hear me out. You see, we have had some discussions, me and the rest of the people in this carriage, and while I do not believe that the whole entire world believes in this survival of the fittest type of thing, I do believe that enough of the people in this world believe it perhaps too much, too willingly. I'm not quite sure what the proper wording would be for that. With that being said, I figure as we continue our adventure, there will be people who would want to kill us, and people who will go out of their way just simply because we seem weaker and try and kill us. With that thought in mind, I was curious, would you be willing to help me purchase a few defensive countermeasures that would allow me to stand up front, take a few hits, and protect those who need protected?
I'll definitely open my purse to make sure that we can accommodate as much as we can.
I was thinking perhaps some new armor, as the clothes that I am wearing probably are not very well suited. As you can see, most of my chest is exposed, and if I were to be stabbed, that would hurt. I was also thinking with a little bit more armor, perhaps of the spiky variety, somewhat like a pufferfish or something, I could grab a shield. I have been told that shields are very effective, and perhaps a shield and a spear is a good combination to be able to stab people at range and block people from stabbing me.
I'm sure that all can be accommodated for.
Well, I very much so appreciate you being so understanding. Thank you.
As to the make and material of the goods that go into it, of course, we'll have to see what we can afford. This Sando's carriage and, ensuring his safety, the horse's safety, of course, wasn't cheap. Beyond the 25 gold that you pitched in, there was another substantial investment that went into that, and there may be another in town here, plus expenses at the cafe, and well, of course, but we'll do the best we can for you.
Of course. And if it comes down to it, I travel with a couple magical items that are quite unique, and I would be willing to part with a few of them if it meant that I would be able to get a stronger protection.
I'll make sure that you get a fair amount for those if you do decide to move them back into capital.
Perhaps maybe one of us could, you know, purchase or use those items. What type of items are we talking about?
Well, besides a shield, I was considering a little bit of perhaps spiked armor. Unless you were asking about the specific magical items that I am traveling.
That's what I'm asking about, yeah.
Of course. Pull up D&D Beyond because it didn't transfer over to
Yeah, and the inventory thing, that's the most annoying thing, is keeping your inventory synced.
No. As you guys kind of like discuss this, Sandu gives you basically his farewell. Basically the heads up, if you need him, then he'll be at the dripping bow, and saunters off with his three remaining horses.
The dripping bow is the bar, right?
Yeah, that was the
spa.
that was the tavern that you guys stayed in last time.
What
Champagne
was the name of the
Springs.
spa? Champagne Springs, cool. Alright. That's where we're staying tonight, right, Seamus?
That's my plan.
We really should own a piece of that place.
That's where my head is at, actually. I was thinking that we talk to the owner.
I wonder if they could take the salts and the minerals from up in Ripple Top and bring them down here. Make it a little bit nicer spa. Now that we got the distribution network.
It makes a lot of sense to me. Anything that we could do to help the business down here, of course. I think it's only nice of us to try.
Of course. We just need to, stimulate the local economy.
You're speaking my language.
Dolphin fummages through his backpack. He goes, yes, it was this. Oh, and a little bit of this. And this, and I swear I had one more thing. Oh, of course. It's so small. Yes. So, of the items that I have that might be of interest, I have a potion of healing, which is quite common and probably not too exciting. I have a candle of the deep, which allows you to, put fire on underwater. I use it like a little lantern underwater. It is quite helpful when I am going throughout the trenches and deep abysses. However, I have not been, swimming deep in the ocean lately. I have been at school, and now here. And of course, I have a coin of delving, which, what I can do is I can drop it, and it will tell me how deep something is, and then it pops right back into my hand. But of course, my most coveted possession. I have two golden crocodiles. They come out together. You can see like this. And he pulls out just essentially a double-headed crocodile where it's got two heads and they all kind of come into one body, and it's just a regular crocodile body made out of gold. And he goes, this All you need to do is throw it and say a command word, and then whoosh, there are sea crocodiles that come out, and they attack the things around them. It is quite helpful, and they are not living. They do not count as actual spirits, but it is quite cool. I stumbled across it very deep in the ocean in an old wreckage.
They seem like things that you may want to hold on to. And I understand that you may not have a purpose or you see the purpose for it at the moment, but give that some thought. We can maybe still have them evaluated for their worth so that we know what you could get on the market. And also know that that market is quite subject to change in the lands of Eon. What you get here might not be the same what you get somewhere else.
I see. I appreciate your knowledge on the economy and money. This is not something I delve into.
Interesting items. I'm sure they could fetch a pretty penny here, and I'm not sure if any of us would find them particularly useful, given the skills that we have within our group, right?
Eh, perhaps not, but I am sure that there is someone who might find them useful.
Absolutely. In fact, your little crocodile there might be very interesting to. I'm trying to call her Zula again. Wily Zeta. Yeah.
I do not know this person, but perhaps.
To the spa then, is it?
Yep.
Does this spa have nice bathhouses?
It does indeed.
Ah, finally.
I don't smell.
Reminding me of a book that I read with my kids. The pigeon needs a bath. Like, what? Smell? What smell? I don't smell anything, and if I do smell something, it's a very normal smell for a pigeon.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Solid pigeon logic.
Absolutely. And all right, just going straight to the spa to get some bit of a respite for you guys.
Yeah, Margot wants a
thinking
real
about
bath. Rose water and
Checking
all.
in, and Margot can just get in the bath while we do a little bit more business if it's still pretty early in the day.
Okay. What the? Don't know when that happened. Okay, so you guys go through, and the space around you, it's beautiful, it's luxurious. This place is obviously well kept and gorgeous on purpose to make people feel luxurious, to make people feel like spending money is the norm, but not in like a creepy sort of not in a creepy sort of like a swindly sort of way, just very upscale. And you go through the town. Doesn't take you very long. You take this kind of northwesternly path. You wind in and out a little bit. You kind of, in about 10 minutes worth of walking or so, you start to exit out of the shops and start to go uphill slightly. Until at some point, you see things start to recede. The natural landscape takes the center stage. Different herbs and perfumes and smells begin to drift through the air, and the air becomes warmer, heavier with moisture, and calming. And you continue moving and eventually come upon the site of the bathhouse itself. And it feels secluded. The amount of rocks and trees and winding path cuts off the sound from the city, or from Ripple Downs nearby. It becomes very calm. Your own breathing, your heartbeats, the steps that you take on the stone path all become louder in the absence of everything else. And you continue going up, and it looks beautiful. And you see people and creatures and plenty of folk already spread across these ponds, starting to enjoy themselves. You hear an occasional laugh or splash as somebody jumps into a pool. Anything you guys are doing as you kind of get on up there?
James, do you want to get checked in first, or maybe we just jump back to the manager's office?
Yeah, I think we'll get checked in and do exactly what you say. Ask for ownership, to talk to ownership, I mean, and then propose an offering of our own. Extend that ownership.
Sounds good. Perhaps we'll meet in the foyer in a few minutes then?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Cool. Yeah, then we'll go up to the front desk and we'll get everyone a room.
Okay. Sounds good. And all in all, things are a little bit misty here as the steam kind of spreads around.
Did it sound like we have to pay for Dolphin because he's got no change, no monies?
He's not the only one.
Oh.
Dolphin gave away all of his money to Seamus.
Ah, that's appropriate.
Oh wait, no, we got paid. Never mind, I lied.
How much money did you have that you gave me, just to make sure that I have that in account?
It was 15.
15
Awesome.
gold.
Yeah. Not a lot.
Wait, did we get paid yet?
We got paid for something before. I have 262 gold in my.
I don't remember getting
My
paid
gold
for
hasn't
anything.
changed in a while. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I
I
was like,
missed
I
the
don't-
payout day.
Remember my initial starting, but that was it.
I don't know where all this money came from then.
Might be your
you
initial
s-
starting.
It might have been
262
your
gold? No
starting
way.
Just roll with it. I mean, don't
Ask
determine
Lily.
your
I'll
She
own
got
value.
great
Don't
initial
look-
starting.
Don't look
Seamus is
towards
really
him
good at
now.
holding people's money. Like,
You
if you
guys
need
got-
someone to hold it, make sure it's safe.
Let me-
I think Seamus has really good pockets. Like
hmm
they're like metal lined. It's really good.
It's from my family.
There you go.
It's
Ah,
daddy's money. Let's go with daddy's money.
yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I've got like 187, and all I've done is exist and beat things
Or it's your
up, so-
secret government spy fund.
We don't talk
Yeah,
about that.
maybe.
I don't have a lot myself right now. I put down several platinum for the carriage
Oh
company.
my god.
Guess you have to wait for that return on investment then, bud.
I want to work it out.
Well, to be fair, you guys have done a lot of work and you've only turned in one thing. To which he gave you the old coot gave you the trident. But you guys haven't cashed in on any of your other things that you've done. Not since you were down in Ripple Downs last time, at least.
But we would get paid. We should get paid for the bounty for killing the fire creature here.
Yeah, I thought we talked about that. We still
thought-
had the bounty paper. You know what? I think
Well, the
it went with Nora.
That was the old guy. That was the bounty.
the old hillbilly elf gave you the bounty for the fire salamander.
Wasn't
There
the
were,
didn't the town? Oh, I remember. And then we found out that that other sheet was an ad for the
Oh my god,
School
yes.
of Magic.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, the ad for the
Malton.
School of Magic was
That was stupid.
totally worth. I won't
Those-
be dissed for my curiosity.
I feel like it was just that moment in the Dungeons and Dragons movie where they're like walking in the field. And he's like, "Yes, deers," and the barbarian girl's like, "Don't mock me."
Dude, when that found out that conversation that it was just an ad talking to the
Mhm.
teachers, I was so mad.
Oh, I still have a very old Kenji marker on this board.
Did we get paid for the wagon protection already?
How's that
It was an
agreement work,
investment,
Seamus?
I thought, so.
Part of the payment was the ownership of the other part of the company. It was
So what is
rolled
the
into
company
it.
making? I can add it to our income tracker and we can start making cash off of it. Are they profitable?
Mhm.
We haven't seen their books yet to know what the
You know,
Wait a minute. You didn't
I
do your
might
due
not be-
diligence, brother.
I might
what
not
we
be
have
the
is the
smartest.
means to transport up and down the mountain, regardless of what the income was before that.
That's solid.
Mm-hmm. Seamus basically bought 50% of Migalow's like statue selling business, but he was also the master of like trade in the caravan for Rippletop. So which includes this relationship with Sandu for traveling up and down. So Sandu's mostly like an independent contractor, but he ties in, and overall I'll say the deal included, the ability to
travel in it.
to
And then
travel
if
on
we
it,
get
and then
him
also
deals,
give him supplies.
and then if we
to
give
work
him
with.
deals, then we can make money off of it, like a commission. If we were to, like,
Hypothetically, that was the conversation that Seamus started at the beginning of the town this session, and he seemed interested. You guys just haven't hashed that out.
all right,
The
all good. I mean, it sounds like we're a little low on coin right now, and we gotta, do some tricks. I have a really high deception roll.
We
Let's
are a
do
little
it.
low on coin. You're right.
Where's the bank?
the missing horse or dead horse did not come out of our cut, did it? Because he had 4, he arrived with 3.
It's a business expense we'll probably have to help with. We'll write it off.
Yeah, that's insurance.
It's important that the other horses have a companion to help carry the load. I know that they'll be happy to have someone abreast again.
This whole time, like, Margot's in front of the door, just like, just
You all smell really bad.
Impatiently waiting to go in. Yeah.
I'm really offended that you think I smell bad.
That offends you?
You have
I have generally okay
Dragon
hygiene, thank you very
parts.
much.
you smell like a dragon.
What's that
Sorry,
supposed
just
to
saying.
mean?
Just saying. Just saying.
I sleep in water.
I mean, it's not totally inaccurate.
Dolphin, I think you're gonna love it here.
Yes, I likely will, but I do not believe that I would smell. Unless I smell like the river, but that smells.
You
good.
do. I don't.
Well,
You
like-
know, I don't want to be like getting real here. We're all about to go take a bath, but you kind of smell like salt water. But it's not a bad smell. I'm not better than some of these guys.
It's not like low tide.
Listen, at worst, I smell smell like the river I was just like thrown into. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
cleaning
like
it up.
I mean, when you put a dog in water, what does it smell like? I'm not
a
saying you smell
dog.
like a dog. I'm saying you smell like wet dragon, and that's a different, very different smell.
Dro's gonna lean over to Yaslin. Hey, at least it ain't searing flesh. Looking at Leo when he burned his foot in the lava.
Fair enough.
Didn't I buy new shoes? I have new shoes.
You?
I'm just probably.
Is Leo just having this
Dragon's
conversation
supposed to
in the
smell
building while the
like.
rest of us are outside?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yep,
I stepped
there's, like,
in.
a little like froggy looking like or goblin woman kind of in like a almost like a kimono thing who's just like been sitting there politely and then eventually is just like kind of like breaks the obvious wall.
Apologies. We should have ended the conversation before we stepped into your desk. But yes, we need several rooms here. And
Certainly. Welcome to the Champagne Springs. We'll be happy to accommodate.
it's a magical place. We've been here before. Or at least
Oh,
some of
you
us
have?
have. Well, some of us are new here. They'll need the whole introduction.
Certainly. What for the returning customers, what is your name?
Seamus Black.
That should be under just Leo.
Seamus and Leo. Ah, yes. I see you here. And your other companions, are they with you as well?
Not the same
Uh,
companions, but other companions.
Certainly, we can accommodate all types. But, so how many rooms will you be needing? see.
The rooms.
Oh my
I don't
God.
care,
feel
but
like
the best bath you have available.
The rooms have baths.
Allow me to put it this way. The entirety of this property is the best bath you've ever had.
Mhm.
Marco's gone.
Give me the
Margot
best
learned-
room with the
She
best bath.
stripped off all her clothes and ran in.
He's about to.
Just-
Margot's gone.
You see this like anime streak of like light skin, like white hair, like a green mark, and like a lavender eye streak, just zip by.
I've never realized like a cleaning regimen was this important to her.
Mhm.
Man, things must have been awful in that volcano.
Really?
So the number of rooms.
How much are they a room?
2 gold per night.
I don't love that at all.
Did we bunk Margot and Dolphin together to save a penny?
I will stay on my own. The best room you have.
She wants the VIP package.
Oh yeah, I
do.
forgot.
want
She
the
found
VIP
Daddy's
package.
coin package. She found Daddy's money. All right, yeah. Then 6
So-
rooms, please.
6 rooms. Right this way. And she opens up these like double-sided doors here and reveals like a massage chamber in here, and there's like several people like, you know, face down or face up or like getting themselves stretched or worked on. Many of them have heavy scars on their body, very obviously from like an adventuring style of life. And she shuts the door, apparently. She walks you through. And she guides you over to here. And there are 4 rooms like this, but kind of down the hall, down to like this location. There's another set of stairs that go up into like a second style of room. Or into like a second story of the room, and there are also like additional rooms like off this map. We have second story rooms if anyone would like those. For those that would like a room attached to a bath, please follow me. And she comes in and kind of shows around. And there's a couple of like long beds, kind of a chest style container for clothing or whatever. Several cushions that are laid out around a circular table, and then she goes back and again like opens up a set of double doors. And these doors look, or the paper on these doors looks a little bit different as it's kind of shiny and waxy. She opens it up, and there's a few steps down. This is a familiar sight to a couple of you. They step down right into kind of a singular pool, and on either side there's like an 8-foot wall with its own private fountain in the middle of the pool, and a rock wall on the other side. Each of these rooms has its own little private bath. Then, as you saw coming in, there is a larger, more public style bath where plenty of folk are sitting around and enjoying some respite. And as you walk by, each like pool kind of has a different sense to it. There are different trees that naturally seem to like drop flower petals into the water, and the entire space kind of smells like that particular flower. This main chamber that you just passed, it's like a perpetual scent of like early spring kind of apple blossoms.
This water, it smells so different from the ocean. Why is everything... I do not understand why people simply sit in the water and they are laying face down and being touched, and everything smells so weird. This is unnatural.
You have not experienced the wonders of cleanliness and a massage.
No. When I submerge myself in water, I do it willingly to travel or to sleep or to be comforted, but not what are those bars of different colors that people are rubbing on themselves?
Stop.
What is that? Soap. I have been close to the water my entire life, and I have never seen this soap being rubbed on people.
I know, my
and-
nostrils can tell. Maybe we'll teach you.
Think of it
Goodness.
like the sand. I've seen fish clean themselves in the sand.
Yes, you use
It's-
it to take off all the dirt and the muck.
That's exactly it. It provides some friction to the dirt and what such.
And
I see.
this girl kind of leans around, and she looks like she's about ready to kind of touch Dauphin in like a there sort of way, and then she reaches in her hands and grabs a glove and touches him. Says, "When you want me to come and get this one and submit him to his first treatment, let me know."
If
I
I'm
feel like
if I'm in the room, I'll hand her like 2 silver or something, and just be like, thank you. And I'll look at Dolphin and say, that's going on your tab.
My tab is him. And I point to
He's-
Seamus.
He's probably gonna need the works.
I do not understand.
We should be able to do something about that salty hair of his. Not a problem.
Salty.
Make sure you get his consent for everything, of course.
Certainly.
I feel like you guys just paid her to like throw me in the basement and just lock me down there, and I just disappear for the rest of the session.
Well, you'll be hosed down during that session, but yes.
Toss some lie on you from each direction.
Well, if you need anything else, my name is Renta. We have several workers around that can guide you to anything that you need, or if you require anything, please let me know. And she's gonna kind of step around and
Before you leave there, please. I know this is a family business that you're running here, and I was wondering if you could do us a service and maybe set an appointment sometime today to discuss a business opportunity that we'd like to propose to you. I know that you didn't get to all of our introductions as we were coming in here, but you maybe have noticed I saw you eyeing him actually a little bit. Drow, I don't want to make the introduction if you don't want me to do it.
Just death stares Seamus again.
Margot's
She's
horrified
just-
at Seamus's behavior.
It's fine,
As
it's
the
fine.
wolf, like, what?
Just let us know if we can make that meeting or not, and I appreciate everything that you've done for us already.
certainly.
I'll
Granny
hand her
Parker
2 more
would be
silver.
happy. Always happy to help out. I can facilitate an introduction to Granny Polka.
What was her name again? Granny
Polka.
Polka.
Polka. She runs the establishment, and she is its essential founder. And we help her along. And you're right, it is family owned. Now, please enjoy your stay. She gets up and starts to leave. It's back to her desk.
Alright.
Seamus, how long are we gonna milk this champion thing?
Until the cow runs dry.
What else do you do with AI?
Oh my god.
I understand you
Find
don't like
another
me
cow.
putting you. I understand you don't like me putting you on the spot like that, but there is probably some limit to the range of your fame at the moment, and I think that if you can use that to help the people of this obviously desperate town, that it just serves right that you would do that for them.
Are we helping the people of the town, or are we helping ourselves with this title?
It depends. Roll deception.
I like to think that it's a raising all boats kind of ordeal.
Okay.
By helping others, don't we help ourselves? So then by helping ourselves, couldn't you argue we're helping others?
I'm going to my room.
Leo is nodding
I'm going to
aggressively.
my room too.
Okay. So based on the map, we're a little limited. So go ahead and grab rooms, first come, first serve, whoever throws themselves in there.
Question.
And then the other ones will be assumed to be elsewhere with their roomage.
Do the rooms have windows?
Uh,
Preferably the ones on the
no,
second
it's
floor.
the door and then like the walls on the kind of either side next to the other rooms. No windows, just got the door
Okay.
on the other side.
Leo's gonna go into his room and he's gonna call out Kenji and put him in the water here. I know he loves the water. But no one else sees this. You guys don't get to see me being soft.
Hmm. Kenji shows up and kind of stretches and just immediately like
You
belly
guys just
flops
hear
in.
that though. Everyone in this half of the hotel hears it.
Just
Big
peek,
splash and a
peek a
roar.
head out at the door.
Are there 6 rooms available here?
Some upstairs.
There are, just not based on the map. So you'd have to like walk off to like one of the secondary buildings over like kind of off where that little snowy path goes, or go up to the upper floors or whatever. Just this map is limited for that. But the hotel is large enough to accommodate many folks. And Seamus finds his way to the kitchen, presumably to flirt with more of the chefs.
Are you gonna get another tattoo from this chef?
If they can do it all, I'm up for it. It's not often you find all those talents in one person.
Cool. So let me see. I'm gonna do this by dice today. So Dro, you are up first as you enter into the spa. You know, what does your alone time look like as you probably get one of the first chances to actually like relax since you met the rest of the group?
I think the whole time Joe's been here, he's been fairly quiet, taking in the high class environment that he's around. Not unfamiliar to him, but him viewing it from a third person perspective. And him actually being a part of it now is a little strange. So I think he would kind of take that in and then eventually take off all his gear, double check and make sure the letter he received and the one that he wrote is tucked away firmly. He'll peek in and look at what he has been working on when he was riding on the wagon, on wood carving it, and I think he would pick it up, just kind of look at it for a little bit and then set everything down and go into a bathhouse, which he has seen before but never participated in. He was not able to. And I think the first thing he would do he would cast dancing lights and put them under the water to make a rainbow effect in the water of a familiar sight he has seen before traveling, and just kind of sit in silence and soak that in. And think about the letter he received and recall some of his past events back home. Being able to participate in this high class life, even if it's for a short time. And is very awkward about it right now because he has no clue how to react to this.
Okay. Seamus, you're up next. Perfect timing with you taking your bite.
Yeah, I am just waiting to find out when that appointment is. I am drawing up a contract in my black book right now. For the spa eventually, hopefully, if things go well. And yeah, I'd probably want to like catch up with Leo to maybe just strategize a little bit if
Yeah, that's what Leo wants to do. Like, he just drop off Kenji, and then he was gonna go meet Seamus and start talking about this stuff. So,
and as you leave, Kenji is just like belly up in the pool, like his head like completely back and submerged, and just like floating, you know, with complete release. Yep, and this is a dining area up here. Plenty of fancy, beautiful foods there. It's included in the package that you purchased. You can order specific things for an upcharge.
plate of sashimi, if you would please. I figure we'd be talking in private, but yeah, I definitely would get some fish.
Leo
Sure.
would just do like a coffee.
Okay. Yeah, sashimi and coffee, those are very much so on the menu. So no problem. You guys can kind of like grab some food and head back up to a private room if you want.
I'm not sure if I've shared this talent with you or not, Leo, but I have the ability to influence people from time to time for a short period.
I
Enough.
think I've seen you do it once before, and it's amazing. I am happy to help however I can. As you
If
know,
I'm doing
I'm
it,
pretty good at deception. I can definitely make sure that our point gets across.
generally the goal is to just put together a fair deal, something that somebody would want to be agreeable to.
I'm all in on that, 100%. And we bring assets to the table. I'm just saying, if we need a backup, I can be that person.
It can help close the deal, but yeah, there's some arrangements that usually has to be made beforehand, and also an understanding of what we're getting into. A family business like this, we don't know what kind of connections or karma come with the business, so we want to sniff some of that out as well.
It might also be good to look at the books for this one.
The more we can get that beforehand, the better for sure. But sometimes a place like this, you can just smell the money coming out of it.
I mean, last time we were here, it was completely packed. And I assume, Morgan, it's pretty busy today.
Yeah, it's still pretty good. Yeah, even though you guys have arrived like, kind of crack of dawn sort of style because you guys traveled all night, it's still very well set. There's plenty of people that kind of like are like on their leave out for checkout, but there's lots of people that are just sticking around.
Nora used to post up at the door sometime during these negotiations to help just keep things private if need be. So that could be something that you maybe keep an eye out for at times.
I'm happy to. Just
I am
let me
hoping
know
to
if you want
bring.
me to come in.
Oh yeah, I definitely want you in the room, basically at the door. I'm hoping to have
I see
Drow.
you. Yep.
Hoping to have Drow with us also on this one. I'd like to have him in on the business, and I want him invested in it too and helping out the folks here.
Huh. He's definitely loquacious. He could, if we get him on our side, we could definitely use his talents.
I find that most people do want something out of a situation. And so if you can find a way to get that to them, while satisfying your own needs at the same time, that's the best way to enter any negotiation. Everybody wins.
Yep. And Leo just kind of makes a little smirk, maybe looks to the side. I mean, a lot of Leo's deals in the past have been, let's say, not above the board, or where he doesn't, plan on fulfilling the contract. But hey, that's it. That was his life for a while, working for a criminal organization of a kind. But yeah, he'll shake his head and agree. And so, what are you thinking for ownership?
Well, I was thinking around the 50% again. Probably make sure that we'd have a slight majority maybe on each of these moving forward.
Mm-hmm. What about you and I? Our original deals had the four of us. Those two, weren't able to keep going. I'd say for our past deals, you and I split it 50-50, but if we're bringing Dro in, you know, maybe the rest of the team. I don't know what you're thinking.
I think a partner is a partner, and it has to be equal or it's unequal.
Yeah, which can certainly cause issues. So, you, me, and Dro, that is. Or is it the team?
I think it's a team. I think it's the only way to keep the friends friendly. And it
What about
just
our
means
past
that
deals? I mean, this
maybe
team
when
has
we
protected me, right? We fought together, you know. I see benefits to having them, but in fairness,
say
that
that
was before their time.
I say that as our businesses grow, that's when we reach an equilibrium with that business. That's it's not in a great impact, then we make it part of the whole deal and bring them in on it. That
Agreed.
seems fair and
Yeah.
a fair way to bring it about.
Now tell me, what are we bringing to the spa? Other than celebrity, protection, and connection. Or is
Celebrity
that it?
protection and connection is pretty incredible to begin with, but if you
Write
throw
that
in
down.
some croissants, that sounds
Yeah.
like quite the deal, really, to bring to the table.
Quite like that. And sorry, this is like meta, but I think I missed the whole Dro being a celebrity thing. What? Can I get a catch up on that?
Just the champion. Seamus has been throwing the champion out to everyone he
Are you
talks
just
to.
literally just been hyping him as we go around the area?
He's like the water champion, so yep, that's exactly what I've been doing.
Oh, I like that plan.
He's recognized as a
egregiously
champion, like it is a
promoting.
status within the water community, and yep.
Nice. You know, we could do the same with you. I don't know about your, you know, I know you don't like to be in the public eye, but as a member of the Guild of Knowledge, no, has some sway.
The guild has some knowledge and a very niche group. I mean, we've been in quite a number of libraries already that are about as good as they get in Aeon. Like, the guild is really as top as it comes as well, but Glider's library is absolutely incredible. And so is the Water College.
I'm just saying, it's a clout symbol. Everyone knows it. They may not know what it does or who it is, but it's a name.
I definitely make use of it when the time is right. It's one of those things where you want to apply at just the right places.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be meeting Barco soon enough. You'll get a feel for the extent of his capabilities and the benefits that go along with being associated with it.
Excellent. All right. All right. If we got the contract ready, then we'll just wait for our appointment. I guess we have to rope in Dro, don't we? I mean, persuade.
Include in the way that I'm sure he'll be excited.
What are his wants, as you know him?
It's a man of conviction. And
I
a
love how
protector.
Dro. You look so excited, Quinn.
I want to
As soon
hear
as I
this.
said that, you just got so interested. Just looking at your eyes, you were funny.
Yeah, protector. of sorts. He certainly finds himself to be.
And so the celebrity might fit well for him. And we just lean on the angle of him being the protector of the realm of Aeon and a champion of water.
I think he wants to improve the lives of those around him. And if he can make use of himself in such way to do that, then he'll probably always do that.
Well, that's certainly a good quality in someone. All right, now I think I'm done. We move on to the next person.
Muted.
Well, naturally. I mean, I wouldn't want to disappoint after not seeing you guys for 2 weeks. It doesn't take long for her to come back and to let you know that, in the evening when her grandmother comes in to kind of like take the night shift, she'd be happy to meet with you. So you've essentially got a day. Yaslin, what you doing?
I think she's gonna put down her stuff in like her room, and then she's gonna go find somebody who could give her a massage.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty easy to do. The massage costs like 3 more silver to kind of add on.
Yeah, that's all right.
And the first person to come up and try is woefully unprepared for the amount of strength that is necessary to get through your back muscles. And
It sounds like the time I had Thai massage. Ooh. That little tiny woman was stretching me beyond belief. I was 4 times her size, and we were bundled up in a pretzel. It was insane.
That's awesome. Yep, so like they go and get like this because of Casey's comment, why not? This it's like a frog lady who's like got like she's a little bit taller, she looks young and athletic. She brings in this like little like crone who has a cane, and she has you sit down, and kind of the first thing she does is like hop deftly up on top of you, and like she lands just with her heels, which are covered in like essentially like socks of a type, and she just like starts working into you, and like it makes like different parts of your arm and whatnot like spasm. Like she steps on like your ribs, and your left arm goes like unwillingly. And at some point she kind of gets down and she says, I'm going to touch you with my hands in a few different places. It is a detoxification process, utilizing a little bit of the poison that is natural on my skin.
Okay.
And so she pulls it off and touches you, and you can feel a little bit of like a burning and aching sensation. And at first it's painful and it's unlovely.
It's unpleasant.
But like
It's
unpleasant, but she kind of like makes this like upward facing like arrow made out of dots, just like in the different places that she touches you, just very lightly. And then she puts her glove back on, and after about 45 seconds of it kind of like burning and being uncomfortable begins to kind of soothe instead.
Oh.
And she goes through the whole process and probably takes you like a good hour or so. I'm actually going to pop you all the way down here. But by the end, you are like barely conscious.
I'm
You
just putty on this table.
Oh, yeah. This is like the most relaxed you've felt in a long time.
Oh. You guys are definitely not any just swamp frogs. That's for sure.
Anything else?
I think she like kind of just like lays there like just putty for a while, and then she gets up and is gonna have a nice soak until she turns into a wrinkly prune.
Okay, sounds good. Kind of up in that space in the upper left.
Yeah.
Anything that's kind of like on your mind as you're kind of wrestled into submission of relaxation by this old woman.
I think just like this is like the first time she's like really like had like a physical relaxation of her body in like her entire life.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is just like a strange sort of peace that she's like come to, and at first it's a little awkward and uncomfortable because she's like feels like she should be doing something right now, but there's like nothing really urgent, and so she's just kind of like pruning in this water, coming to terms with like it's okay for me to relax here. Like that's the purpose of this place.
Mm-hmm. And as you're kind of like leaning against this fountain, there's like little nooks that are like kind of cut out, almost like when you go to a hairdresser and they like wash your hair and they have that sink that has like the neck line in it. And as you do, like the water just kind of like washes your hair and it kind of splays out behind you as like this almost giant many tendrilled starfish. And you feel little trickles like coming up your body, kind of look down, and the water is effervescent. The water is bubbling from underneath with tiny little bubbles just kind of like rubbing against your skin.
I could get used to this. I think that's dangerous.
Margo.
I think she definitely strips and prestidigitates her clothing until it is stripped of all dirt. Takes a bit to, because she has the glamour armor, to try to make the armor look more fashionable now, a little higher quality, just because she can. Scrub until she is raw in the bathtub or in the bath outside. And then she's going to take, I think she probably has, I know we didn't really discuss how the like return communication works, but she's going to just pull out a notebook. Essentially has two special pages. One's embossed with her clan symbol, and the other's embossed with the organization symbol. And she's just gonna sit in the bathtub, having the pages like propped up on the side and just staring at them, just waiting for a response until she literally cannot stand the water or she's about to pass out.
Okay.
And she's just thinking about who's gonna respond first and what they're gonna say.
Duffin, excuse me. What are you up to?
As people leave the room, Dolphin is going to walk up to the door. He's going to go ahead and close it. He's just going to turn around and just look at the room that he's in.
Mm-hmm.
Noticing a bed and some chairs and a table and whatnot. And then this feeling of just uneasiness is going to just kind of rolls up within him. And he starts to move about the room, examining everything. And in his mind, he begins to think of home. He starts to question a lot of the choices and decisions he's made in a very rare moment of vulnerability, where he just has trouble seeing the goal, the finish line to the quest that he is searching for, and the smelling fragrances of the waters would be calming to most, but to him, it just reminds him that he's not anywhere that he's been before, and it starts to make him feel a little bit homesick. So he steps out into the bath and puts his feet on the first little step, and he looks out. He sees, the rock wall and the regular wall and everything else around him, and he starts to slowly go into the water. And despite, the familiarity of being underwater, he still can't help but feel a little bit uncomfortable, uneasy, out of place. He continues questioning whether or not he should have ever come this far. Sure, he didn't fit in at home, but does he even fit in here? So he starts to have a little bit of a, existential crisis as something so familiar suddenly starts to feel so distant from him. And unless somebody knocks on his door and engages willingly to try and get him to, go to the bath and massage and whatever else was paid for, he's just going to stay in the waters and contemplate.
Okay. Dolphin, give me a wisdom check.
Wisdom, ability check, normal. 8.
8. You're pretty distracted, and the the foreignness that you feel in this place is palpable. It's a little rough. And it probably takes you a good 3 hours and this is not necessarily linear timeline at this moment for the entire group because everybody's kind of operating on their own. There's a couple of times that you just hear like a collection of patter of the rain on the leaves and the rocks and the water. And just like a certain combination just sounds like a word. It's like a word in a language you don't understand. It's not until about hour 3 that you realize you've heard the same kind of rain word 3 or 4 times.
I'll go ahead and roll an insight check to see if I, recognize and remember what this word is.
You kind of just dismiss it as coincidence. Maybe, or maybe there's just something in your mind that's trying to tell you something and you're projecting meaning where there is none. So nothing comes to you immediately.
So as time continues on, and he, is still feeling kind of negative, he's going to go ahead and look up at the trees and the rocks above him and see if he can spy any signs of wildlife or animals that are out and about.
Sure. In the hours that you kind of sit out there, you see a number of little critters just run across the branch, get kind of soaked when like a little bit of water like dumps on them from a cup-like leaf shifting position. It kind of fluffs off. It's like a little squirrel with like 3 black and white ringlet tails. Kind of looks down at you. Then looks like it's about to scurry off.
I'll just kind of stare up at it. And his goal from this point on is to just kind of start to focus on the wildlife itself and find some reassurance that no matter where he goes, nature will always be there.
All right. All right, we'll come back to that. Margot, your organization book has no response in it.
Okay.
But the other one does.
Okay.
She asks for more secure communication as soon as you can manage it. And there's an excitement in her tone. And she says, she leaves you with the term Vadaya. Vadaaya. It's a myth from your homeland. And as she responds to your comments about the new object, she says that word and it immediately reminds you of this legend of one of your people who had advanced abilities for what your people are known for, but far above and beyond. She says the only time that she's ever heard of something like what you just described was that legend.
Mm.
It's a very obscure and short and paraphrased legend. Not one that's well known. It's so distant in the past that it's pretty common knowledge, but the details are extremely fuzzy
Mhm.
or lacking.
Okay, she's going to try to commit all of that to memory, prestidigitate all the ink from the page, then get dressed and go out and try and find the group and food.
Food is easy. There's a very large dining hall up north from your room. And by this time, I think Yaz. Sure. How long do you stay in your room, Margot? I don't think we can hear you if you're talking.
Gosh, I imagine for that full bath and cleaning, it was easily an hour, maybe a little more.
Sounds good. Then in that case, Yaslin is very obviously, she's contrasting hard against the water with her red, scales and hair. And it's very common for people to be walking around in like robes and then just take them off and be full naked and like dip right into the pools. Dro, are you still in your room or are you starting to wander out?
The door to his room is open, but he's got most of his clothes on. His shirt is not still, but he is kind of just sitting, turned, looked at the water still with the lights going underneath of it. In silence for a bit. Eventually, I don't think he'd make his way to the dining room. I guess the question is, when we were coming up here, was this a little bit out of city? Like higher up?
It's like just a little bit, just enough to feel secluded and to isolate from the sound and the bustle.
Walking up, would there have been a spot that he could have clocked where he could look down at the city?
Yeah. A little bit obscured by trees from time to time, not like a full view. But you could like monk shit to get to like a higher elevation, like onto top
That
of the
was
pagoda
my
if you
next
felt like it.
question.
Yeah, that's absolutely feasible.
Eventually he would leave his stuff, and I think for once leave his scars exposed and walk to this spot that he can find to overlook the city. Just sit there for a while.
Yeah. You can either do it the normal way or you can do it the monk way. What's your preference?
The monk way.
Okay, easy enough. Just right outside your room, and there's a couple of railings that you could like hop onto and then do like a little bit of a wall run and hop up on top and then kind of walk down the collection of the rooms and the rooftop and oversee things. It's not a huge elevation. You're not terribly far away. But it's a smallish town.
What?
And the lights down there, well, there's not actually any lights on. You're seeing it just bare bones. There's rain going on, but it's still bright enough through the rain clouds that there's no real need for people to turn on lights or anything yet. Probably about
am I sitting on
shy of midday.
one of the rooms then? Like, could I see down into like this area that we're at too?
So you're essentially on one of the like upper rungs of the pagoda.
Okay.
Like I am in like dangling your feet. You're probably in front of the railings. Or actually, if somebody would like went outside to like the patio and like looked up, they would see you and your feet probably.
Okay.
Unless you want to stay back further.
I'm fine with being seen. I think he would bring the lights from that were in the bath out off towards the distance, towards the city. I think it's like 60 feet as far as he can move them or something like that. As far as he can. The same colors. Just kind of moving around, flowing. and just watching over the city. And if you can see anybody walking around the area, he would just kind of watch them, just soak it in. Again, somewhere he has never been himself. He's heard stories and conversations and interacted with people who have done this on a daily occurrence, but getting to see it for himself.
Give me an insight check. An 11.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, you kind of get the feeling that like somebody's eyes are on you.
It's creepy.
And kind of like, if as you look around, it's like you don't see anything. So you just can stay out there.
Is it? I don't know how to ask this. Is it a calming feeling? Or is it more of confused, like who's watching me? Or is it more of like if you ever get the feeling you know someone's watching you, but you know it's someone that brings you comfort? If that makes
Mhm.
sense.
It feels new.
Okay.
Like sometimes you might be able to sense like a familiar sensation, even if you can't like pinpoint who it belongs to. It's like, no, it's different. You don't know this feeling.
Okay. I think at times like he'll look over and kind of just lay back on the roof or on the edge that he's sitting on, just wherever his line of sight is, those lights move with him.
Mhm.
Feel a little bit of comfort.
And as you kind of like lay on your back and out there, the rain continues to come down and is fairly warm and just continually like splashes your face. So, Margot, easy enough for you to grab some food, sit at the table, and then recognize Yaslin's like right behind.
Oh yeah, she's just gonna grab some food and drinks, and she's still in her robe. She's chilling. Maybe once she cools off enough, if Yaslin's still in there, she'll get in there too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Yaslin's totally like eyes closed at this point, like steaming.
Mm-hmm. Seamus and Leo, have you guys concluded your planning meeting?
Yeah, I
We're
think we're
just-
done. We were just waiting for Granny to get here, so we'll probably want to head over to the cafe now. I don't know if anyone, like, if several people want to stay, if anyone wants to come. Might be nice to bring Dro, you know, spread the news, champion in town.
Do you eventually like go find the group and like talk to them about it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if the group's together, we'll go over there, let them know we're thinking about heading to the cafe for a couple hours and ask if anyone wants to come.
Yeah, you can. Dro's kind of MIA. Dolphin's room is shut, but the girls are easy to be found. And you girls can clock these two, and they're still in their like civilian clothes. They do not look like they've unplugged yet.
The only ones who have enjoyed the spa were the girls.
Sounds about right. Yep.
Sounds about right.
Well, you guys don't know, but Kenji is absolutely enjoying the spa.
You good for
Mhm.
the girls,
Kenji.
too.
Kenji's allowed on spa weekends now.
Mm-hmm. Comes back
he's
with
a
like painted nails.
It's a good wingman. Yeah. Oh, I'd love that.
Yeah, give him to the girls. We'll have fun.
Leo would be upset, but he might actually like it inside.
It'd grow on him.
Yeah. He's okay with it, but he wants to visibly show that he hates it.
So, Seamus and Leo, you jaunting off to the cafe?
Yeah, the girls are staying.
I mean, if you had grabbed us, I don't know if
Yeah, I mean,
Diazan would have come.
if you were like the more the merry, then Yasmin will
Yeah.
go out and be like, well,
Margaret would be
it's
like,
probably better.
10 minutes, let me go get dressed. Because she's definitely just in a robe right now.
I mean, this is kind of the same for Yasmin. She's like, okay with it, but figures probably the rest of like everyone outside of this spa is not okay with her walking around in a robe
yeah.
for their
All right.
sake.
Oh,
So you guys scuttle
yeah,
off to your
Yasmin, you're
rooms.
like,
Get
yeah,
dressed.
Yasmin, you're straight naked as you like come out of the
I
like.
think she does like she like wads over to the stairs and does like that cool like towel flip around her.
Starts walking around like it's like that's not the way you're supposed to wear the towel, but it's like set up like a toga or something.
Yeah. It covers it, but like maybe not the way most people are covered.
Mm.
But yeah, Margaret would get dressed. Come with you guys.
I'm
Does
just gonna go
Doffen
get some
come along?
pastries, essentially.
It sounds heavenly.
Does
Wait.
Doffen come, or are you gonna hole up in your room?
I think eventually he would make his way out.
Okay, sounds good. So you guys kind of collect yourselves, and you had your time to relax and spa, and Dro, Yene.
I was gonna ask if would I see them starting to leave?
Yeah, from your vantage point, if
Okay.
you're staying up there, kind of perpetually, you would see them leave.
Who is getting a message spell sent to him?
I got a
I can
D6.
respond in other ways.
Probably Yaslin.
Nice.
That's who you want to message.
Sitting up, realizing, seeing everybody leave all of a sudden. Message to Yaslin. You guys off in a hurry?
Yeah, we're going to the cafe. Should join us.
It's gonna take a minute to get down from here.
Well, I'm sure you'll catch up.
You're right. I think the message would still go, but you start to hear him like hopping down.
Yeah.
So if we're standing there waiting for everyone, I'll kind of just look at Seamus and just standing there and. So, you and Nora, I know you guys were only professional when we met, but did you guys ever have a,
I could never be man enough for that girl.
Oh, I could.
Oh.
Man, this world of beast women, I can't say no. I don't know. It's instinctual.
I've noticed you've had quite a hankering for some of the more animalistic folks out here, yeah.
It's nothing like I've ever seen. And where I come from, beasts are beasts. They don't, they're like pets, and it's a different world.
It's a much finer line sometimes, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You seem to be fitting into Aeon quite fine, though.
Yeah, you just do what you gotta do. wherever you're at.
That's right, isn't it?
Seems to be the only way to stay sane.
Are you guys walking and talking?
Yeah,
No,
did
we were
hear this?
we were
Did
we
we?
were standing. You guys are all up in your rooms
We're
getting
all-
dressed.
Oh,
We're
okay.
standing in the lobby
Okay, okay.
waiting for you.
I thought we were like walking and
That's-
Joe was gonna
that's
catch
what
up,
I
and he
thought,
was
No,
yeah.
no, no.
hearing
You
it,
guys
and I'm
don't
like,
hear this
"Oh my
conversation.
God."
Dolphin might
I
have because he
shouldn't
just
be
stepped out of the room.
offended.
But the rest of you guys, you were on your way.
Dro wouldn't have caught up till he saw you guys walking and leaving. That's when he would have
Yeah.
messaged Yaslin. So he'd catch up a little bit later.
Well, after this conversation.
Yeah, thank God.
That's wow, that was a doozy.
You guys get a walk up on that conversation.
Yeah, that's when we walk up. Yes,
You know,
and-
when we walk up as you guys are having that.
I want to hear Dolphin's response to hearing all that.
Oh, Dolphin.
Honestly, Dolphin is still a little bit lost in the world
Fair enough.
around him. So
Yeah,
he's not really listening. He's just kind of looking around at everyone, still taking in the sights and sounds and going, "This is weird. This is weird. This
that's
is
fair.
weird."
Dolphin, have you ever had a crumpet?
Ah. You say it one more time?
A crumpet?
Is this some form of instrument, like a cousin to the trumpet?
No, but that's not a bad guess. It's a type of pastry. I hadn't had them before the last month or so either myself, but one of my former compatriots, he was quite the crumpet lover.
Pastries are things that are not normally around where I am from. We have a lot of seafood and delicacies and wet stews and whatnot, but a crumpet, I must try this.
You might find it a bit dry now that you talk about that. Make sure you get like something to wash it down with.
I see. Dry food is not something I normally have. And if I am traveling, I might have some dry rations, but those are not my favorite. Does it taste like a dry ration?
Probably not. Not unless you got fancy rations.
I've got some pretty fancy rations if you want to have some of that. Fried lizard.
Well, normally what I do is I just conjure up some good berries, and I eat them, and I feel good for the rest of the day. I do not need to eat very much, but I shall indulge in some of these dry foods in a wet house. A strange combination. Well, go ahead.
Well, we're leaving the wet house to go get the crumpet, so you won't. I mean, you can bring some back here, but
What? Oh, I see. Is this not the room where people were eating? Did they not serve the crumpets here?
they,
Not
not
yet,
as of not yet. They don't exactly.
I see. Well, if you're going out to dinner at a restaurant, I am more than happy to join you and sit down for a crumpet.
Well, we'll probably go get a crumpet and then bring them back here. Probably have dinner. Just come with us right now.
Dolphin's over here trying to piece it together like, what? Why wouldn't you just eat there?
Such a mystery. Dro, do you properly clothe yourself as you come up on a group?
Yeah. But he'd
Or you
take
still
he'd take the
exposed?
quickest. He would put his everything back on, he would take the quickest path. So that means off the actual beaten path and just to like hop over stuff and all of that, he would do that.
Oh yeah, it's the fastest path is just jump down a few times using slow fall and like land on the path. Maybe
Yeah.
100 feet behind them.
He
then
would
jog up.
have his clothing on because when he went up there, he still had everything on besides like his top, but his top is connected to the bottom. It just kind of one of those you can take off and they just kind of stay at your side.
Yeah, just like
Yeah.
You just like stick your sleeves back in and like
Yep.
resash.
And then pop down
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and try to. Yeah, he would. He would try to sneak up on him because no one knows he's coming besides Yaslin.
Give me a stealth check.
$22.
Oh dang! I don't think
22.
any of us are gonna.
No, Dolphin's got the highest, and it's not even that good.
There's no rangers here.
Yeah, right.
No.
I think he would just
Absolutely
try
not.
to like walk right up next to Yaslin, just walk like he's been there the whole time. Like just out of nowhere. Like she looks over, all of a sudden he's there.
How long have you been there?
A while.
How long is a while?
Depends on who you're asking.
I'm asking you.
My definition is a while. Where are we going?
I told you to the cafe, apparently to get crumpets.
Isn't there food back at the bathhouse?
I think probably.
So okay.
We have some
Listen.
business to attend to. We're gonna go visit some old friends, and then we'll return to the bathhouse.
Okay. A note to well, no, never mind. As long as no one's looking up, they wouldn't notice. Out of game. The lights are still 60 feet up above him.
Like
They
I'm
can't.
looking up the sky.
Ooh,
How
that could be
beautiful.
useful, right? Champion, the star follows. This is really good.
It's a beacon. It's a beacon. Everybody's eyes look at us and we don't even realize. Why are people looking at us
how high-
strangely?
How high up can those go?
Okay.
Yeah,
So
60
you guys
feet.
walk through. You guys walk through the town and easily make it to the cafe. Who goes in the doors first?
Probably me and Seamus, and then we pull Dro in behind us.
Drop the
Okay.
lights.
So go ahead and snag everybody here. Yep, the cafe is over here. And as you get closer and closer, the smell of delicious baked things continues to increase. And the scent of things is powerful. You smell herbs and different breads and different sweet things and flowers and fruits all like combining into this like rainbow of scent. And as you jump in, or as you open the door, there's a line of people in front of you, and the girl behind the counter is like, she's helping somebody else. Who's, oh hi, we'll be with you in just a minute. And then just kind of like looks up and looks back down. She's like, stop this! Oh my god! And she like literally like jumps over the counter, very easy for her, and runs and like does like a tackling dive around you. And I excited the dogs with my shouting. Dives and like does like a double arm wrap around like you and Leo. She says, "It's been so long. I'm so happy to see you." Oh, hi, bud.
Bye.
Apparently it's puppy time.
So So Leo quite loudly, right? Like so other people around us here, and he's just like, "Oh, it is so good to see you. I would love to introduce our new business partner, the champion of water, Dro." Like,
Lit-
and just kind of like bring him in and like show him off, but you know, making it a loud announcement.
Literally, Drill's like, business partner?
And she kind of like scratches behind her horn, just like, the who what now? And that's where we're gonna take our break for a minute as like most of the people in the room like turn towards you in confusion.
Just watching
Alright.
this all go down from the side, like leaning against the door
Yeah, I'm just
for him, like,
watching
oh,
this.
this will be good.
This is peak entertainment right here.
Yes.
All right. So we'll see you guys in about 20 minutes while I go let
Sounds
these
good.
crazy monsters outside. So as Leo and Seamus kind of make this big grand gesture towards Dro, the cafe around you seems confused for the most part.
Drill just leans back to the wall, crosses his arm. Go on, boys. Finally able to Karma biting him in the ass.
That's right. The Zot Dro, champion of the Water Kingdom, as it were, straight from the fires. We all have a lot to thank for this man standing before us here.
We all witnessed it. The entire Ripple Mountain was under threat. And Dro really stood up. He saved
Defeat.
not just Ripple Top, but the entire Ripple Mountain.
Wow.
Basically defeated an army single-handedly.
Like, Yasa kind of, her brows kind of scrunched at that one, like, now we might be giving too much credit.
Drill's just standing behind him, shaking his head.
And Yasa just, like, has a head to, like, that's not exactly how I recall it, but...
He's a little coy, but trust me, this man is powerful.
Seamus, are you pulling my leg?
I want to do such a thing. He's part of the Friendship Friends, or the Friendly Friends.
Oh my god.
Named to be TBD, as it were. You know how it is, but he maybe had a little help along the way.
Yeah, that name. You might need to work on that a bit.
We'll take that
Anyways.
under consideration, owner of the Bilesmeyer Cafe.
Hey, at least mine's got family ties, all right?
I was thinking something like Drotundra, like, you know, we'll keep the same part, but we'll work on it. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Perfect.
Anyways, lovely to see you. The rest of you, including the champion of fire and water, lovely to meet the rest of you. Give me a moment. I do have folks here that have been waiting for a moment. Sorry, I'm coming back. And she like runs back around and she hops up, and as she does, like it's very clear she has like fuzzy legs with hooves at the bottom. This is a satyr, and she just easily bounds like back over the counter. And it's like, okay, now what did you need? I'm so sorry about the interruption. It's good friends. They help my mom and pop. And it takes a few minutes for things to kind of settle down and for her to get you to the front of the line. And she calls out she's like, wait just a moment here. I'm going to go let somebody else handle the counting for a minute, and we can chat and catch up. She gets the black-haired dwarf who's kind of stoic, but who spoke to you on another day besides when you originally met Pixie, and she gets everybody over here. And so she's like, okay, now everyone Oh no, she'll just pull everybody back into the kitchen. She'll be like, "Yeah, come with me." Oh, by the way, for those who don't know me, my name's Pixie Bilesmere. I own the cafe. So come on in. Thank you for joining us.
Seems
So
like
I'll say,
business. Go ahead.
have you gotten our orders? As we've traveled, we've spread the news of Bilesmeyer's wonderful pastries, and we should have sent several orders in for a couple of places.
I have. You could have given me a little bit of, a heads up or something. What have you been doing? I had to hire some more help to make it all happen. What's with the Sea Mist Inn? Do they really need that many?
Yeah, trust me, they love it up there. They eat them like crazy.
They're probably going to need some more. But we'll keep a steady stream. We've just recently come into parlance with the means of transport so that we can continue growing the operation and extending the reach of your pastries.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, just send me a message and a little bit of a heads up. Maybe next time, so not caught so unawares. There's a couple of nights in a row there was precious little sleep as we, got wind of it for the first time.
We're sorry about that. We'll try to be a bit more communicative.
That'd be appreciated. But so is the business. Frankly, it's lovely. Mum and Dad would love seeing it go so smoothly at the moment. I'm sure they would.
They'd be so proud of you, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, well, you were a lot of help in that, and I'd still be here. I just don't think I'd be myself if it wasn't for the lot of you. So thank you. And next time you see the rest of your friends, tell them thank you again for me. I mean, I already spoke to them and already told them myself, but I think I'll still have thank yous just about every time I ever see you.
I hope that's the case. Did you have any funds that we can collect from you right now for our services to date?
Oh, I do. Absolutely, a little bit more than I thought I would. In fact, because of all the things that you've sent me, the orders. Yes. Just a moment. She kind of goes in the back and grabs a bag of coins and brings them out, and she gives you guys whatever Casey's machine says.
How many days has it been since? I think we got a payout when we were in Ripple Mid. So how many days has it been since Ripple Mid?
The first time, it's been about, let's say, 3 weeks from you traveling up there, engaging in everything that was up there. The 5-day period in which you guys were all just zonked out. I'd say it's about 3 weeks total. That's probably a little excessive, but that's what I'm going to say right now.
All right, sounds good. Give me just a second. Okay. 2-way split instead of a 3-way split. Oh. our commission is 168. Oh wait. Got it. Hold on.
There's something about like the tenseness of the music in the
music and the
background
math.
and the
Yes.
math to coming together to be like, yes, how
little
has
bit
this
like-
panned out?
A little bit like da, 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 da. So Pixie hands off the coin bag to Leo and Seamus, and they immediately like start counting things. In the meantime, she comes up to the new folk here, and she says, "Oh, who are we missing? Where's Dauphin? Oh, Dauphin is way at the beginning." Okay, Dauphin is now in the cafe as he travels through walls because I'm the GM.
Didn't realize we were on a different map. I thought this was Theater of Imagination, or Theater of the Mind at this point.
No,
I'm
we're on
still
the.
bathhouse.
Oh, we're on the down square map. So go ahead and give yourself a refresh.
I see.
It's like right. Well, there. Figuring that all
So
out.
the math is, if you're all right with it, Morgan, 3 weeks. For how I had set it up is 2 platinum, 81 gold each.
That seems steep.
Yeah,
'Cause
I
this is like-
think it looks a little pricey
Mhm.
to me too. I don't know why the math came out to that. Let me do it one more time because it shouldn't be that much. It should be.
It was like a silver and 70 copper a day, right?
Mhm. Go ahead and bump that up to 2 gold per day based on the extra orders that you sent in.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, then that's easy.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I did? I added a 0. It was meant to be 21 gold, but with the new order, that's 42 gold each. That makes more. I added a 0.
Okay, cool. She's like, yeah, business has been booming, and like, frankly, we charge quite a lot because our quality is good, but nobody seems to really mind. More like we have problems keeping stock on the shelf is the harder problem. Like, people love it. Speaking of, and she looks at Yaslin, or actually, she looks at because Dauphin. She looks at Dauphin because Dauphin definitely probably looks the most uncomfortable here out of everybody. Like, look, a nice pastry always makes everybody more comfortable. What kind of desserts do you usually like?
I find myself generally enjoying some nice. I think the direct translation would be something along the lines of fishy bits, perhaps something like that. It is slimy, but it is a little bit sweet. And it used to be when we would go scavenge for them as children, they were in little shells, and you would just tap on the shells a little bit, and then you would just slurp them up. Very similar to a clam, something like that. They were like sweet pearls.
Sweet pearls. All right, I think I can work with that. Okay, give me just a moment. And she goes into she goes over into an area where they kind of store the excess that they can't just fit in the cupboard where they restock from. And she comes back and she hands out this little. It's almost like a tiny wine glass, and inside there are a lot of little rounded beads inside. And she hands it to you and she says, "Go ahead and try one of those." And if you do, the sensation is basically like a popping boba. It's kind of squishy on the outside and it bursts with juice inside your mouth, and it's a blend of coconut, raspberry, and a little bit of earthiness, almost like a less vibrant cinnamon bark.
this is a different combination of flavors. I am not used to the explosion. It is quite strange to me. Tell me, I recognize coconut, but I do not recognize some of the other flavors. What are they? Where did you get them?
You don't know raspberry.
There are not very many raspberries near the ocean.
Right, you are. And so she just goes and grabs like raspberry and like a cinnamon stick and just like lets you like kind of examine them and be like, the raspberry's quite nice as well. You just pop it in your mouth and enjoy.
Oh, why, this reminds me of a fish's egg cluster. There is a special type of fish that swims around deep in the abyss, and it has the most beautiful and delicious egg clusters. I like them quite a bit. Might I try this?
Of course, yes, have it. Any friend of
He'll go ahead
Seamus
and
is
eat
is
the
a friend of mine.
Dolphin's mood is definitely beginning to lighten. You can see it in his expression. His face lifts a little bit and brightens, and he goes, I did not realize that traveling the world would give so much ability to try new food. I mean, of course, there is no food, but I do not eat a lot. This is delightful. I appreciate you bringing me to this pastry place, Seamus.
It's not a problem. I'm glad that you're enjoying it.
And you're just getting started. Anytime you want something new, just let me know, and I can accommodate. Now, you, Mr. Waterfire Champ. What about you? What do you like?
You can just call me
I'm not
Joe.
taking no for an answer from any of you.
Honestly, I've not really had much on sweets where I'm from. Wasn't an option. So whatever you are fond of, I will try.
She like walks up to you and like gets like almost like nose to nose, and she like stares like deeply at you. Right. And she goes and grabs a little thing. It's like a tiny cake. Like the whole thing looks like a layered cake, but it's only like a 1 inch by 1 inch cube. But it's like black and white layers. And it has like looks like little pearls on top, like white and black pearls with like a bright purple leaf on the tip. It says, eat it in one bite. No snicky snacking, just toss it in.
Just throw it up and catch it and eat it.
Oh, he's got skills. All right. All right. And it's like several different layers of mousse. Essentially, it's like vanilla cake on the bottom, chocolate cake, and then like in the middle is kind of like a double chocolate layer that has like a little bit of a crisp, and then like the two layers on top of that are like a white chocolate mousse and a dark chocolate mousse, and like the pearls kind of crunch in there more like a hardened chocolate sphere, and then the top bit is like a very deep purple sort of mint flavor, and the entire thing is just like this fabulous blend of like textures and flavors on like kind of vanilla versus chocolate simultaneously in contrast, battling each other, but all together kind of like working in tandem.
Just like an absolute shock on his face. How delicious and everything. Okay.
Gotcha. I'm good at this. And she kind of like taps you on the cheek very lightly, and she's like, all right, you. And she comes over to Yaslin.
Do you have something on the more tropical side of things?
Ooh, too easy. And she retrieves this time. It's like a large open face, like a folded pastry with a jam in the center, and like underneath the jam there are like very crispy toasted coconut shavings underneath, and on top it's got like it's got stripes in the jam layer of like bright yellow and purple and green and orange, like all kind of side by side. It's like, I mean, you could, unlike, I mean, I suppose you could try it in one bite. It's just a little big.
I'll take it, and I probably could pull off a one bite, but it looks good, and so I'll take my time with it.
Okay. The crust is like very light and crispy, and it's got like sugar crystals on the side that like contrast nicely, and it like you have to like bite through them a little bit harder, almost like getting a chunk of grain of salt. You do that to like kind of collapse it, but it comes off very nicely, and that's just the crust. And then on the inside, underneath the coconut that you can't see, is like a very thin layer of cream, and then it goes through tropical flavors like kiwi, passion fruit, mango, things along those lines. And it's like, depending on like how you bite it and how you turn it, you get a different mix of flavors, but each combination that you can find is all very nice.
This is delicious.
Thank you. And she's gonna come over to, she'll do the same with Margot if we ever get her back on the horn tonight. She comes over to Seamus and Leo and be like, all right, you tried some last time. What do you want this time?
Give me like a fruit tart.
Fruit tart. I kind of just gave her one. I mean, not exactly, but
Something a little
anything
sour and bitter.
Ooh. Okay, that I have to make. But she's like, give me just a moment. She goes over. Probably takes her like a couple of minutes, but she does have some like tart crusts already baked, and she's got cream and she's got different jams and stuff. And she brings it back over, and it's kind of a swirl of like this orange puree and like with a dark swirl on the opposite side. Just like, okay, try that for me.
And he'll like take a big bite out of the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And
go
ahead.
It's basically like a concentrated like lemon that has like a little bit of this kind of savory profile to it, like far heavier on the zest rather than the juice. And then it's mixed in with this kind of like not sweetened at all, a little bit like black licorice almost flavor, like very spice heavy. And because it's got lots of spice, it does come across bitter, but the tartness and the bitter like play off of each other. And somewhere between them, there's just enough sweetness to like just like a hint of it to give it like a third layer to kind of pay attention to.
Sounds really good. I think Leo would love it, and he'd be like, "This is exactly what I was thinking." And just thank you so much.
Very welcome. This is what I love to do.
It down.
All right, Mr. Black, how about you?
Maybe a meringue of sorts.
Ooh, much lighter than I was expecting from you. And she goes and she does have, she essentially like whips something up, and this time it's in like kind of a glass cylinder, and there's clear meringue in there, but she's also got it layered with like a very deep red and purple. It's like kind of a color cascade. It starts off in like very dark purple and then kind of fades down to like a bright red, step by step by step. And she hands it over to you. and with like a spoon to like dig in and like dive down. It's like, this one's a trifle.
You're a magician.
Pretty sure you're the ones that do magic, not me. But the flavor profile, it starts off like deep, like concentrated, like blackberry and plum, and then shifts down to like super ripe strawberry, and then ends in like purposefully unripened strawberry. So by the end, you're left feeling like fresher and like kind of light instead of like a heavy, like thick flavor.
You ever do a blood pudding?
I've done them before. Not exactly my specialty, but certainly could try. I'm mostly
think
using
about
for
it.
like the savory bakes. It's a little seasonal for me though. I like to do them with a certain kind of herb that only really shows up, in the earlier parts of the year.
I'll have to make a point of being in town.
Love to have you. Right, so, you're all fed. That makes me happy. What brings you back? I mean, besides cashing out on some well-deserved business.
Just extending the business opportunities to maybe some other folks in town before we head out to broaden our horizons for a bit. A number of our party have some business to attend to.
Right. Well, that sounds like fun.
But we'll be sure to be sending business your way. Maybe if you could send a couple of dozen of something up to the spa today, or maybe actually later tomorrow. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure. What rooms are you staying in?
I'll just send it to the spa themselves.
Oh. Really?
Gift for the owners. So maybe make them
Oh.
something they would like.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about doing business with the spa themselves, with my guts?
I think you need to be in there.
They're fancy, aren't they?
Quite. It's
And like,
our favorite place to stay in the city.
right. Let's see here. Basically, Dolphin, Margot, and Dro. Basically, everybody except for Leo and Seamus and Yaslin. You can all start to tell that she's getting like very nervous all of a sudden.
Just sitting back and watching this train wreck.
Enjoy my pastry.
Uh-huh.
Too busy.
That freaks me out.
Just keep doing what you're doing. You'll be fine. Just put together a couple of dozen. They'll be great.
They've got such a nice kitchen up there. I've never. Oh my, this is a bit much. They've already got really good desserts up there, don't they?
Can't hold a candle to what you do here.
Have
Really?
none of them ever stopped by here today? Have none of them ever stopped by here?
None of the chefs. Not. No, I don't think so. Just.
No
I don't know,
worries
ask
at
my-
all.
I'm-
This is just a present. We're not saying we're setting up any negotiations or that you'll be doing this in the long term. Honestly, we just wanted to give them a gift for their hospitality.
Oh. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Sure. How much did you want again? I kind of forgot everything after you knew when you said the spa.
Just a couple dozen.
Couple dozen. Right. Anything in particular,
isn't
or just
just-
kind of whatever?
You do what you think is right. I know that you have the right kind of judgment for this sort of thing. Just listen to your gut.
Okay. Whew, I can do that. Oh,
I mean, other than the butterfly part, listen to the other part of your gut.
there's a lot of them in there right now. Thank you.
There are a lot of guts in your guts right now.
No, butterflies, silly.
Oh, apologies. It was your word.
Truthfully, it's kind of been a dream to get up there because I've only been up there a couple of times as a child, and it was very nice and fancy, and
Well, you
not
deserve it. You
past
know
that we
what?
shouldn't really
if
bother them.
if we do some business with them, we'll make sure you're welcome.
That'd be really nice. I love my parents, I do. I miss them terribly. But kind of running things on my own, I've noticed that there's a few things that I have to do differently than they did. Otherwise, it doesn't really feel like me. I've been hasn't been terribly long, but I've already had to learn that I don't. You know, my version of the cafe is already a little bit different, and that's okay.
And we
So
love
maybe
your
this is
vision.
one of those things that's okay too.
What you've done with this cafe is incredible.
Sure.
You keep mentioning your parents. Have they retired?
And I'll step
From
over
life.
and yeah, go ahead.
They died, so I suppose you could say they retired from life.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's so I know these two, so I knew that the friends from previously too, they helped feels kind of sad to say, sad and wrong to say it now, but they helped me get my revenge.
We
Oh.
helped you restore the balance.
I guess that's a good way to put it. Revenge is an ugly word. They were killed and we were attacked. I was with them. They were crushed by a creature. They made it so the creature wouldn't hurt anybody again. And from what I've heard so far, nobody else has been hurt, so I guess that's great.
Yes, I suppose that this is good. It is unfortunate to hear about your parents, but it seems as though these people have helped you greatly. It is good to hear.
And she's helped us greatly too. Being business
sorry.
partners was a great decision, and we're happy to help.
Cheers to things continuing to improve.
Oh! Cheers, hit! And she like goes and grabs something from like a nearby cooler that has like a little bit of like ice magic infused into it, and obviously it's like a cold box. She gives everybody like a glass. She's like, "This is one of my favorites. It's just water. I don't do anything to it. But it kind of tingles my tongue in a way like, I don't know, like I just licked a lemon. And it's all natural, so I think it's fascinating. But so, cheers to thus far a successful partnership and hopefully more business in the future.
Cheers. All cheers.
Do you mind if you give us the kitchen for a minute here?
Oh, sure. I should probably go help out front anyways. Just don't eat me dry while I'm gone.
Oh, one last thing before you leave.
Oh,
would you happen
right.
to have a cookbook?
Oh,
Something that explains how you make these exploding berries? I'm very interested in perhaps making a little bit more food.
Perhaps something we could sell as well.
really? Do you think people would want that?
100%. We have been all over this mountain and many areas of Aeon, and we've told you many times, your pastries are the best in the land.
Let me go help out front, but I'll put together a little something for you before you leave. It won't be more like a few recipes. Not a cookbook itself, but maybe that'll get you started. Maybe I can have one ready next time I see you.
Amazing.
Jonathan, I know that you're quite a fan of books in general. Would you be able to help organize something of that nature?
You're asking me to organize books, or you're asking me to organize something related to books? These are two different things.
Could you help her put together a cookbook?
Oh, you're simply asking for the help putting together the cookbook. I do not have any pages that I can provide. I do not have any papers or pen or anything. I suppose I could help with the table of contents in the structuring of the book, perhaps?
This is exactly the reason why your kind of professional experience is going to be key to this endeavor, Dolphin.
Is that so? I did not think that I would be so useful in a business venture.
That would be lovely. Because I've never done this before. I don't know where I would begin on that. My skills are admittedly a little bit narrow focused on a cafe and making sweets and anything else out there besides that. I'm a little bit of a dunderhead. I'd love some help.
If you bring together a cook expert and a book expert, you're going to get a good cookbook.
Got a good point.
I think you're right. Now, stop being entertaining. I have to go help up front. Bye. I'll see you in a moment. Okay.
Margot, do you see how we've got the room to ourselves here in this nice private cafe?
Yes, I see it. What point are you getting at?
Just that it's nice to be able to know that you've got a space where you can have some privacy if you need to exchange some words or some ideas from time to time with people that might stop by.
Like the idea of business partners?
You're already in it, but I mean, you seem to sometimes have some business, I assume, that you need to conduct on your own in private, and all I'm saying is this is a nice private space we have right now in a very public sort of way, and it's nice to be able to carve out these sort of areas when you need them is all.
Did we not just have a bunch of rooms back there that we could have met in instead? Is that not private? Are there
That's
people
not-
watching us in our rooms?
Probably.
No, those rooms were private too. What I'm saying is that Those rooms always aren't available to us or haven't been in the past.
So he kicks one out of their business kitchen to talk.
She's always happy to give us this space. She's mentioned it before.
Seamus, I feel like
These-
there's a point here that you're making.
The point is he's making is that he likes having a place to maybe be shady.
All I'm saying that is, if you can think of a possible way that having this kind of space available to you could be beneficial, is, it might be here for you when you need it. And there might be others, and that's part of what you get for having business dealings.
I like it, but why are you telling Margot this?
I'm so confused.
Are you
Yes.
not
Why are
edging
you
towards
telling me this?
something?
I mean, I've already told you a bit about my work, so you know that. I mean, in my work, I do have to be surreptitious from time to time. So of course I understand this.
I think that we're good.
Bro. I see your wheels turning and I'm not even connected to your mind.
I don't know. This kind of feels like an interrogation again. But I'm
Of
not
who?
on the same page. I don't know.
You're scaring the water champion.
I'm just so confused.
And Yaslin, are you confused too?
Perhaps a bit. But business is never really my style, so.
I'm just I don't know if it's more Seamus, you're asking Margot to discuss something that only us should hear, considering you addressed her about this.
Just let it be.
I was just making a point. That's
Just
all.
like look between the two of them.
Okay,
He's
boys.
just
so you've
making a
been-
point. He's just making a point, you know? It's nice.
Yes, yes. Those of us who understand the need for this do. And the rest of us are confused. So now I think we're in a good enough place to move on.
I get it. We're all
Oh,
secret
actually.
keepers, sure, but
If there is knowledge to be had,
oh
you
god.
must share it.
Oh god.
It is time to speak plainly.
Here we go again.
Inspiration for Dolphin. For not reading the room at all.
He's got to know. He got to
Mhm.
get bigger brain.
Seamus, do you want to take this one or should I explain it to him?
Why don't we walk and talk as we make our way back to the spa?
Or
Sure.
perhaps
The
we head
knowledge
up
is not
to-
concealed to this location. Let's go.
Should we
But
head
why
up
did
to
you tell me
Wiley
in the first
Zetta's?
place? Aye.
That makes sense. Dolphin, let's go have your magic items looked at.
But why did we come to this room and make her leave to have a private conversation if all of a sudden we just turn around and we start leaving? What
know
are
how much-
doing?
Listen, Wiley Zetta is incredibly knowledgeable about herbs, herbature, and magical items.
This is not what the discussion was about. You are trying to scapegoat me, to lead me in a different direction because
I'm
now I'm
not,
asking
I'm not.
questions.
I'm not. Can I roll deception?
Seriously, as a side, as like a
Absolutely.
third person looking in the window would like to roll insight.
Sure.
I was gonna say it. I want to roll. I just don't know what I'm rolling insight on.
Ah, 13.
13.
Let me see.
Yeah, this one's like
I
Tell the
I'll go
truth.
ahead and use my, brand new inspiration.
He really wants something.
Lasted 37 seconds before he used it.
Technically, I already had inspiration anyways. Oh, that's even worse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, life sucks, then you die.
I'm very convincing, guys.
All right, Leo. Leo kind of like starts to calm you down. He's like, no, and Margot kind of like hops in his. No, Dolphin. It was a team meeting space. That's all it was. Okay.
Team meeting space.
We just wanted to show
fine.
you. They just wanted
Fine.
to show you the new team meeting space.
I do not intend on returning to this city again, so frankly, whatever. Let us just go if we are to go. Let us do the shady things that are going to be done, and let it be done, and let us go back to finding knowledge, the one true thing that we really all should care about.
Yes, of course.
And at this point, you guys are kind of like starting to leave, and Pixie sees you and it's just like, okay, bye. You guys are great. Let me see you again. Just send me a heads up. I can have something prepared ahead of time.
Sure, I'll just-
Yeah, Leo just say, "Will do," and as he walks out the door.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So as you guys kind of walk along, Dolphin, does your mood improve at all, or are you feeling salty?
Do we add the grumpy icon?
Uh, Dolphin is definitely still mildly annoyed. And you can kind of see it on his face that he's just kind of like pouting as they move forward to, wherever the place is that they were going. And he definitely, you can see that there are some wheels turning in his head.
Mm-hmm.
The little BioWare notification comes up at the top of the screen. Dolphin will remember that.
Oh no! Oh no! That's such a flashback to. Oh gosh, that's. Blank will remember that is when you know you've either fucked up really bad and it's time to reload.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's easy enough to traverse from here and get over to Wily Zetta's instead. And you come upon just kind of like outside of Down Square. Kind of the further you get away from Down Square, it becomes a little bit more and more humble. And there's still shops and stuff. They're just not grandiose with filigree and paints and fancier architecture. It's just more. It's just some kind of a more personal spot of the town. And you, Leo, you went there, so you're leading the way because you went there with Nim, right?
Yep.
You, as you go, you come upon this kind of regular shack with like a lot of like leaves on top that just helps the rain roll like right off. And as per usual, there's kind of like there's an overhang to that canopy, and there's several different strands, almost like going through like a 5-foot bead curtain. You have to kind of like brush the herbs like out of your way to even get to the door. But as you come up, it smells heavily, very different than the cafe did. But tinctures, few chemicals, herbs, poultices, different things. It's like a different cacophony of smells to get into this place. But you go on in, you can open up the shop, and it's kind of like dimly lit overall. You don't really see anybody in there like right away.
Yeah, if Leo's leading the way, he'll step into this dimly lit building, and he'll probably just say, like, "Wiley, Kind of yell towards the back, assuming she's just in the back.
And you hear a, what? Oh, oh, ow. Takes a minute, but she comes on out. And let's see who this one is. Just theater of the mind. And you see like from outside of like the entrance, there's like kind of stairs up to the left and goes around the back, and you see a woman like come around the side with like 8 bottles in her hands. She's got like kind of some crazy garb on. She looks a little bit like a hippie, and her hair is very scraggly and like all over the place. And
I'd have a smile on my face and I'd say, Wiley Zeta, so great to see you.
Who are you?
Ah, it's Leo. We were in town almost a year ago when we helped you out with a monster problem in the woods. Or not a year. What? 8 weeks? 3 months? A year in real life.
I was like, it was a year. Oh my god.
Translates to about 5 weeks.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
less.
So So
Like-
I was just saying, yeah, we were here not too long ago.
Monster problem? I don't deal in monsters.
Oh, you had a monster who was scaring you away from your mushroom picking field. Do you remember?
Oh, of course, that little brute. Little
Yes.
rapscallion lizardy looking thing. Oh, you did that.
Yes.
I forgot about you.
Ah, I didn't forget about you, Wiley. In fact, I've brought some friends with me because they have a few
Oh.
interesting items that I
Where's
thought
the
you-
green one?
green. Oh, she
Right.
she's
Nim.
split from the group.
Ah, that's rather disappointing.
Yes, it is. She was wonderful.
She was. I gave her an acorn. Her,
She
I remember
cherished it.
perfectly. Right. So she like goes and like gently like sets all of the bottles down on the countertop and be like, honestly, this is more people than I have at my shop basically ever at one time. There's a lot of you. Why are you here?
Oh, and I'll kind of call Dolphin forward and say, Dolphin, why don't you show her a few of your items? I think she might be interested in that crocodile that you've got. Or alligator. Same thing.
Oh.
They are very different things, but
Ah,
very well.
What is this item you speak of?
This item, and he's going to go ahead and remove the golden crocodiles from his bag, is a magical item that is capable of summoning what is essentially 2 crocodiles. They can be summoned once every couple days, I believe. Perhaps it was a couple of hours. And these things are capable of protecting an area for quite some time, or perhaps attacking your foes or something like that.
Slightly interesting. I could have used those to scare off that little scaly gremlin, but what was her name? She looks at what, the pink one.
Leo.
Leo. I might have been able to use that instead of hiring him and his friend. That's kind of interesting. Does it break after you use it?
No.
Well, that's interesting. Potential, not a lot of interest, if I'm being completely honest. If I can't crush it, mix it, liquefy it, turn it into something that somebody else drinks to create an effect, it is admittedly a little lower on my interest scale.
Well,
Do you have anything like that?
We might. But I'm curious here. Just, do you know anyone else who might be interested in this as well? You know, I know you're a great potion master. You may know some wizards and witches nearby.
Ah, no. If you're looking to hawk magic items, I'm likely not the right person, unless it comes in a glass vial. Um, you might want to try Bagara.
Thank you. Where would she be, or where they be at?
Oh, um, where are we? She kind of like looks around and is like, oh, right, that way is north. Um, yeah, they're on the lower layer of the downs, and you'll want to go almost directly underneath the tree fountain. You'll find Bagara's Fancy Sparkles. That's a terrible name. But they seem to like it for some reason. But despite the horrid name, it's actually a decent shop.
Well, thank you. I would have to agree. And very terrible naming preferences. But we really appreciate the information. However,
Well, did-
you know, Dolphin, I believe you had a potion she may be interested in. I'm not sure if
No,
anyone else in the group has something.
Now that I think about it, it wasn't named that until recently. Right around the time that your friend left after you did. Ah, curious.
Interesting.
Right, potion. What kind of potion?
It is a simple potion of healing.
Oh, right. Common enough. May I see it?
Very well. And he's going to pull out the potion of healing.
I'm just gonna pick it up and kind of swirl it around. The basic substance is this. The basic effect is the same, but the substance is not from here. Where did you get this?
It was by the ocean.
Interesting. Different components to achieve the same result.
Yes, I had traveled
Ah.
to an island just a little while away from my home. And as I was talking with some of the local sea elf population, they had mentioned finding various different things that they had mixed and mashed together. They have some form of water on their island that is untouched by the salt. It is relatively fresh, but it is sweet, almost like drinking sugar itself. I believe that they mixed that in with some seaweed.
Natural freshwater in the middle of an ocean.
It is strange.
It is strange. I like it. How much do you want for this potion?
Oh, Dolphin is gonna just quickly
Look at
look
Seamus.
over to Seamus.
Like help!
Are you sure you want? Are you sure you want to part with that? It seems like something that could be something handy at times.
Considering you're the only one with one.
Well, yes, but considering this is a rare form that our friend Wiley Zeta may study and use to maybe develop more forms of potions, I see this as a win-win.
Or
It's sort of informational gathering sort of thing for Zeta.
Right. I will admit that I do have a bit of interest in this. It's not monumental by any means, but more curious. It's a fundamental difference on basics of alchemy, which makes me think that perhaps there's something to be gained here. So I am willing to do a little bit of bargaining for this. Now, are you more interested in fluid coin is not something I have a great deal of. However, I could upgrade a potion for you in exchange for this one. That's easier for me to accomplish.
That could be done. What potions are you capable of upgrading?
Oh, I simply mean that I could give you a healing potion that is more potent than this one in exchange.
Oh, I see.
I already know how to make those. This one I would learn new information from.
Dolphin once again turns to Seamus.
I would take that deal.
Seems like a good bargain.
This seems like a good bargain. I will take this deal.
Just parroting the things that he doesn't understand.
I was
Alright.
about to ask for 600 gold, but
Perfect, we'll do that. And she places it into a rack, and I imagine the glass looks a little bit more rough and hand blown rather than factory blown, and so it looks a little bit different than what's looks a little different next to the other potion bottles. So she will give you back a greater healing potion in exchange for the healing potion itself.
very well. What is this? Add items. There we go.
Now,
Does anyone else have items that Miss Zeta could be interested in?
Yes. Anything that I could potentially use to create something else of the alchemical variety. Monster bits, herbs, strange liquids,
No.
goops, slimes,
Rocks.
rocks.
I'm-
What kind of rocks?
Obsidian.
Obsidian.
I don't think you can consume it though.
You could
Oh,
make
you'd be
things with it.
surprised. Depends on how small the bits are.
Not small.
Not after I'm done with them.
Oh.
Hmm.
Are you in need of any water? I am able to conjure water to help with potions.
Unfortunately, I am well adept at that, and that is not on the list that I currently require.
It makes sense.
How much obsidian do you have? Yadlin.
Well, considering we never said how much I got, but in theory I could carry 100 pounds of it.
Now, how much would you have grabbed for the purposes of just saving it, right? Was it proof? Is that why we grabbed it?
No, I
No, she
grabbed
grabbed
it.
it for
Make
weapon heads.
weapons.
I
Ah,
grabbed it for
weapon
weapon heads, so I grabbed quite a decent amount of it because I was like, I'm gonna lose a lot of weapons throughout
There you go.
our
This is
journey.
good. You can make some good money off this and buy some nice weapons.
To throw.
Sure. So let's say you grabbed probably maybe a small beach ball's worth. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was thinking arrowheads and then spearheads, essentially javelins that I was gonna make out of it. So
All right.
Well, you can keep some of it too, but
yeah,
see
I
what
would.
Willie would sell or buy.
Well, if there's nothing else that you have that you want to trade, I am quite busy. But you find some interesting substance that you don't really know what to do with. Feel free to come back anytime.
Yeah, could we get some vials that we could buy from you to carry said substances? I don't have any on me.
Great idea.
Sure, I've got plenty of those. Do you just want kind of a variety?
Yeah, I think a
Yeah.
variety would be good.
And
Sure.
we'll each take a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Not a problem. Total of 12 assorted. Easy enough. Let's call it gold and a half.
Awesome. I'll give you just 2 gold because I don't want to do
Don't mind if I do. Right.
that. All right,
We
I'll
appreciate your help, Wiley. We'll be sure to visit you again with strange substances, herbs, and rocks.
Excellent. I'm looking forward to it, and and she looks at all of you. I'll see you next time. Goodbye, Dolphin.
Is
I'll
there a
tip my
smith in
tricorn
town?
hat as I leave.
Is there a smith in town you could point us to?
Oh, Smith. There is. I don't remember his name. That's a bit of a common occurrence.
Which side of town are they on?
The 7. Same as Bagara. Bottom loop, more towards the southern end. You'll see it. The sign looks like it belongs to a smithy. He helps me craft my vials from time to time.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it as well. Farewell, adventurers. You guys get out, close the door, and have to like parade your way through that like stack of like drying herbs once more. You kind of come out of it and you can still like smell all the random stuff that was in that space.
Time to take the friendship friends to the fancy sparkles.
We really need to workshop that name.
Fancy
Yep.
sparkles? Yeah, I don't know what kind of influence we can have on their
It was
business
it
quite
was a
yet.
poor decision, you know.
Let's...
Sparkles, you know.
Dolphin, you want to go to the magic shop?
What?
I was told that we would already be going to a magic shop, and instead we went to a potion shop and tried to sell her magical items.
Yeah, I'm very
But she
confused.
showed us the way to the magic shop.
I didn't
Isn't
know
that
it to what.
She upgraded your
The-
potion.
Is the magic shop the blacksmith too?
Oh, 2 separate places.
They're near
They're
each
2
other.
different places. Okay, because Yaslin's not really interested in this magic shop, but she's tagging along.
All right. Okay, so you guys find a way down kind of to the second layer of things. It's almost like a parking lot, like you know those the structures on the corners of parking lots where you like drive up them and they just look like a spiral. There are portions of that around town where you can just like go down into a lower layer and a lower layer. And it just feels like you're descending like a little bit deeper and deeper into a tree line. There's a total of like 3 layers, and it doesn't feel like you go underground. You just kind of, as you came into town, it's got a kind of like a bit of a rise up, but it's so gradual that it doesn't feel like it's like really putting you high. So as you go down, you just get a little bit closer to the ground. It just, in this limited space, seems like the architecture was just kind of like piled on top of each other. And then like as the town got a little more popular, maybe it had to expand upward and upward again. And so you can get yourself down there, and it's pretty easy to find the fancy sparkle shop. And as you get up there, you see like a sign that has essentially like a couple of symbols of magical items. It's like a wand with like a shield with a crystal in it, with like a flaming sword on the left side. And they're all kind of like together, and above it, it after looking at it for a moment, you can see Bagheera's fine adventuring attire, and that's been crossed out with like green paint, and the word fancy sparkles has been replaced over the top of it.
What does the handwriting look like that writes fancy sparkles?
Familiar is what it looks like.
How fresh does it look?
Well, no, that's the thing
That's
is I
still
think
fairly
I'm
vibrant
trying to
paint.
figure out who is in there that we know from the past.
The handwriting, you've seen it before. It looks like Nim's childish
I was gonna say, like,
handwriting.
Like barely written, yeah,
God.
terrible
Yeah,
handwriting.
it's
That's what I was
pretty
looking for.
awful.
Yeah.
Dude, if we had Nim meet Dolphin, oh my god.
Oh no, they're gonna hook up.
That would be the greatest thing ever.
Right? That would be certainly something. Okay. Did you guys go in?
Definitely. Seeing Nim's handwriting, I'd head right in.
All right. So you go on in, and despite being a little bit lower light on the second layer, there is enough like magical lighting down there that things are like pretty well lit. It's comfortable. There's even like a good breeze over here, and it's still very comfortable. You go inside, and it's no different than that. You kind of smell a bit of incense floating through the air, and like the floors kind of like squeak a little bit as the floorboards like flex underneath your weight. They look very worn, not like they're gonna break, just they've had a lot of tread on them over the years. And from behind the counter, you hear like somebody like stir. Somebody gets up and they've got like half like sleep face going on, like kind of straightening their hair out, and it's kind of like this messy ponytail that kind of like fell into their face, and they straighten it backwards. And it's kind of like a dark-skinned man with like a little bit of a pointed goatee. And he's kind of checks him, just like, "Welcome, new friends, to Bagheera's Fancy Sparkles."
I'd look at him very confused and be like, "Do you guys have a turtle here?
Turtle.
Like
I'm not familiar with that word.
Okay, her name is Nim, and she's small.
Nim!
Oh,
My favorite customer. Yes. Well, she's not here, but she came by and we had a fantastic conversation.
oh, it really looked like her handwriting on the sign.
Oh, yes, that was her.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she's nearby. She comes in often?
No, haven't seen her in weeks.
Oh.
She stopped by. She said she was leaving. But she had some fabulous ideas for how to get people to come on in.
Did she say anything about the friendship friends?
Oh, most certainly. She said they were. Wait, how do you know that name? She said
We
they-
are the friendship friends. I'll pull my hand
You're
out.
them!
Yes.
The pink hair! You must be Leo!
Yes.
And the dark hair, you must be Seamus.
In the
And
flesh.
And the rest are new. Our organization has
Sure.
grown.
Okay. Marvelous! Welcome! Welcome to the fancy spot.
Oh. Great. Name.
I love it, don't you?
Yeah, did Nim have something to do with that?
Oh, certainly. She told me that, you know, adventuring attire sounded very stuffy. And that I needed something with a little more pizzazz to get people to be interested.
I'm sure we would have stopped in had we not known what the store was even for, just certainly by the name.
That's what I was thinking as well. Terribly boring before she did that. Now my business is booming.
Well, tell me. I didn't catch your name.
Bagara.
Ah, Bagara. Yes. Tell me, Bagara, what exactly do you sell here in this store?
Oh, certainly. He kind of like snaps his hands, and you see the walls kind of light up a little bit brighter, and he does have like a collection of what looks like adventuring gear on the sides. And it's like, well, a little bit of everything. Some from my old adventuring days, some from people who want to stay a few more nights at the spa and want to, give up some of the wares. They come from all over, honestly. But what are you looking
Do
for?
you guys trade in magical items or mostly just clothing and armor?
We have plenty of clothing. Much of it is fabulous. Absolutely recommend observing our collection of fine clothes. But we do also deal in magic items. That is, yeah, certainly.
Well, one of my compatriots here has a few items he may be willing to sell. Something you might be interested in.
Ooh, that is interesting. What do you have in mind?
Well, there are quite a few things that I have that might be of interest to you. Perhaps I shall start off with the least interesting first, and we will make it get more interesting as we go along.
Oh, I
Yes.
love a game of progression. Yes, please, let's.
Yes, so we begin with the coin of delving. This coin is very simple. What it does is you drop it into an abyss, and it goes all the way down to the bottom, makes a little sound, you hear it, and then it teleports back to your hand. You know how deep it's gone.
That's fascinating.
From there, I also have a Candle of the Deep, which allows you to have a lit candle underwater. It's kind of fun, especially in dark scenarios if you have trouble seeing in dark. From there, I also have a rope that can be cut up, and then you can piece it back together very simply. It is a rope of mending.
Ooh.
And finally, one of the more interesting items. I have this golden crocodile. And he pulls out the golden crocodile and shows it once again. 13th time tonight.
Right. So, you're looking to part with all of these?
I am curious and willing to have a conversation. If you're interested in purchasing any of these, or if you happen to have any items that you would be willing to trade for them.
That is interesting. Well, now.
Well, Dolphin, weren't you looking for a nice set of armor?
Indeed, I was. I am looking for perhaps some armor that is a little bit heavier, that might be made in an untraditional way, without the use of metal. If not that, then I would be very interested in some spiked armor, perhaps a shield.
Now, not made out of metal. That can be a little bit tricky. Is, can I ascertain the purpose for that?
Why, of course. You see, metal is quite heavy. And so, when I go swimming, if I am swimming in a couple tons of iron, then I am going to sink. And that is not very good for me. And it does inflict a negative debuff to my druidic powers. It is very difficult to shape change while wearing metal.
Ah, a druid, eh? Hmm.
Metal is very constraining. It does not like to change with the body.
I could understand that. That makes sense. Hmm. Now, um, so you're looking for light armor, is that correct?
I'm looking for some heavier armor, something that, if I were to be hit, I probably would not feel it.
Hmm. Are there any restrictions to the type of armor you have training with?
Uh, you know what? Player needs to check that now.
What about like a thick hide or scale?
Yes, I'm looking for, as I say, heavier. I think perhaps if it is too heavy, it might crush my bones a little bit. I am not of the strongest frame. So perhaps something a little bit more heavier in the medium area.
Hmm. Well, let me see what I have available. I do get some of my goods from the smith because he and I he's less of a salesman than I. He's more of a maker himself. But are you looking for something of the magical variety, or are you looking for mundane but sturdy work on the armor?
I would be interested in either.
Hmm.
Specifically, I am looking for some perhaps spiked armor. I do know that the spiked armor is just a little bit stronger than a couple other medium armor. And currently, though it is not much clothes and armor at all, my little pauldron here on my shoulder seems to take a lot of blows very effectively.
Right. Real quick, what out of game, what are you unable to use? So medium armor, but there's a few things that check
So
exclude in that.
I'm unable to use heavy armor, and then according to D&D 5e, druids can't shapeshift while wearing heavy armor. Or rather, it's not that they can't do it, it's that most druidic circles are against wearing metal in their armor.
Okay, gotcha.
So I came up with some BS excuse. Oh, it's too heavy for me.
No, that's all
It's
right.
harder to swim.
And he kind of looks at you and he's like, "Oh, you do look a bit frail on the meaty side." So,
Yes, I
right.
only eat one berry a day.
And he looks at the rest of you and says, "Did I hear that right?"
Yeah, these druids, they've got survival skills that don't translate to the rest of our.
Right. Well, let me see what I have. And he goes in the back and comes out like a couple of minutes later and looks at you and he says, sorry, making sure that I'm not missing something. Oh, I was. D&D Beyond's aversion to, by default, showing partnered content is very annoying. Especially because I have all the partnered content available to me. It says, I've got, if you're looking for some non-metallic scale armor, I have something that might work for that. Spiked armor. I think there's possibly somebody I might need to refer you to that for. I don't know what's okay. Sorry, I'm like looking up items like on the fly here.
Yeah, essentially what I'm trying to do is just increase AC by grabbing some armor, shield, so that way I can fully step into the role of tank instead of just a healing tank that just heals himself as he takes damage. The whole goal is to hopefully take some less damage so that way I can use my turns to heal other people.
Mm-hmm.
Big support healing guy. That's the way I like to play games.
Good, because we need it. We just, like, some of these battles, 4 of us were down at once, barely got through. Nobody could heal. It just went, just one person playing over and over again until it died.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it went.
Most of my spells are water-based stuff that, is AoE and forces you to move or take damage, or slow you down or something, but the other half of my spells are all buffing. So it's all about, getting you temp HP, getting you HP back, and just increasing everything about you.
So he kind of like, he comes out and he puts down this kind of hodgepodge collection of bones in front of you. And at first it looks like he just like maybe raided a graveyard for a second. And then he kind of like aligns them all up and it does in fact look like armor. And he says, you mentioned that you're a druid, so I assume life and death and whatnot doesn't really phase you much. I want to stop my assumption there in case I'm incorrect.
Life and death, it does matter. I'm far more interested in nature and the connections between all of us through knowledge.
Certainly. I had a very peculiar customer a while ago, much like yourselves, though adventurers are oftentimes abnormal. This one took a little bit of extra remembrance. He made this himself and was beyond the point where it was useful for him. These are, according to his story, the bones of his enemies.
I see. This person, did they happen to reanimate the bones? Or how did they make this into armor that would not crack from his sledgehammer?
It is a mundane armor.
Oh,
There's no magical properties, but so it could indeed crack from a sledgehammer. However, it is rather sturdy. I don't know his process of how he did it, but it's more stable than a dried piece of bone, but it's still light enough to be considered a mid-weight armor.
Go ahead and roll an insight check on that. See if
Sure.
this guy's just trying to sell me a pile of bones.
Okay.
Oh, where did you get? Here we are.
Oh,
Man, it's a rough day on rolls. We're not having fun over here.
All right, where'd the total end up there?
6.
6. Your people skills are lacking a little bit in the first place,
Yeah.
but you know enough that it seems like this guy's sales tactic about like being kind of like questioning like his own merchandise like seems like a weird sales tactic if he is.
Since Dolphin does not know, he will turn to everyone else and he will say, those of you with some magical powers or perhaps some connections to concoctions and various things that could be rubbed on other things to make them stronger, would anyone be willing to look at this armor and give me their 2 cents?
can I roll an insight
Yeah,
check
you guys-
on him?
Yeah, feel free.
Can I
I
inspect
mean, I can
the
hit it
armor?
with my sword, and
Can
we'll
I-
see if it breaks.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
I want to investigate the armor.
Aslan just looks
Okay.
at the armor. It's like, why do you need armor?
Oh my god.
Ro, this guy seems incredibly perplexed by what he's trying to sell you. Like, you can see like his mental wheels are trying to turn in order to understand his own piece, but he doesn't seem to be deceptive. It seems like something outside of his experience. Even though he's a salesman, even though he's a peddler of adventuring gear, you know regular armor shouldn't be outside of his range. But this one is like has curiosity painting his face because of it.
I am not the one to speak to that, as I don't wear armor, nor does Miss Punchy over here.
Aslan raises her hand as she's in the same boat and listen.
I'm
Seamus,
used to it. And he'll look awesome in that.
Seamus, your investigation check, you go over and start looking at it, and it is very like primitive looking. There are spiked pieces all over the place, like spikes that look like they may have come from like a plate of like a lizard or something, and like it has like the spines as the plate that the spines on a large lizard were connected to. Like external rib bones kind of create the chest portion. All in all, it looks like it's hobbled together by technology, sort of. But it would it's something that you might like expect to see on sort of like a caveman, but it does look functionally like it would work as armor. And as you pick it up, it has a lightness to it, but there's no like cracks or splinters in the bone. Like when bone dries out, it does tend to like get these grooves of like dryness in them. There's none of those. There are like nicks and dinks and whatnot that looks like it took a sword blow or like something and maybe like a little bit chipped off, but didn't like crush it or destroy the thing entirely. So as far as you can tell, this stuff seems to be holding up. It looks like used adventurer gear, but I mean, if you found like used plate mail, it probably would look a lot like this, but it's a lot heavier.
Can I cast Divine Sense? Get a look at it.
Sure. What things does Divine Sense catch again?
It's if anything's affected by the hollow spell or locations of celestial fiends and undead. The fact that this is made of bones.
You do get a little bit of like residue of like undead, but it's not. But you can tell that's not quite right. Like there's nothing undead about these bones, but they've somehow touched that realm in some way. Like, you know, that somehow they've been near something like that. Give me an Arcana check.
I love the idea that a guy outgrew his like enemy's bones as armor, walked up to a random dude, sold it, and now some random blue guy walks up and goes, "Man, the bones of someone else's enemies? That'll protect me."
I mean, it will. That's good.
As far as like an ocean person though, like you're just basically putting on somebody else's shell, right? Like this seems like it's right in your wheelhouse. You're just like a little hermit crab crawling in.
That's one way to look at it. I like the positivity there.
Dro, something magic-y something. This is out of your scope.
I think all you would say is because I think Divine Sense is pretty visible. After he looks at it, this has had some sort of contact with undead. Not saying it is, but it's some sort of connection.
What I see is
Leo-
well-made, well-used
just hits it with
armor.
the sword.
Hard or gently?
Hard. I want to see if it breaks, like right in the chest plate.
And as you do, the shop owner's like, whoa, yeah. And okay, so go ahead and roll an attack.
Right. I'll use my normal short sword, not my crystal short sword. Solid hit.
Jeez. Okay, so as you do, you like swing down and and there's like a little chunk that flies off. And it's probably like an inch wide, like length. It's like, but you didn't buy it yet.
I'm testing the durability of your product.
There are other ways to do that.
Fair enough.
But it didn't shatter.
Fair enough. It didn't crack. I'd say it was pretty sturdy, and I'll tell you that was a hard hit.
It looks like it. Oh.
Might have went a little overboard.
Throw. I appreciate your concern, but I am constantly surrounded by undead. The dead, they do not scare me. Their spirits stay with me. I would be more than interested in trading for this armor.
Or perhaps, what is the price?
The armor's it's a little used, and I'm not taking that new chip into account, so I'm keeping not. Oh, I'd sell it for 65 gold pieces.
Dolphin looks immediately at Seamus.
Dad, can I please have my allowance?
What do you think the value of the trade is?
What? Let me see here. Do. Um, Hopefully this is okay. So the nope. Sorry. Okay. So he goes through and he says, "Oh well, your candle of the deep. I could sell it probably for about 200, so a bit lower than that."
You're doing exactly what a pawn owner does.
Exactly. The coin, I could, it's useful, but not terribly useful. I could sell it for about 5. So, and then, what was the other thing?
Rope
The
of
two-headed
mending.
crocodile. Oh, the
and
rope of
the
mending.
two-headed crocodile, the golden lions is what that was.
Mm-hmm. Rope mending, that's pretty useful. Very commonly desired item. About 120 there. And what is that? It's a figure of power, is that right?
Yeah, it was like figurine of wondrous power 5e, the golden lions one.
Mm-hmm. And jeez, really?
65 billion gold.
What type of magic item is it? Is it a rare?
It is pretty wondrous. I don't remember if it's rare or not.
Is that right? Holy crap.
There's a lot of money, isn't it?
It's a lot.
I shouldn't go around waving it like, I'll trade this for a piece of crappy
He
non-magical
said it was-
armor.
A huge chunk of gold that he's.
You said it was
Right.
your prized possession, so I get that.
I
That
just-
is true. Out of the magical items, this is the one that is actually useful. The rest of them are situational, and Candle of the Deep is probably not going to be used anytime soon. I don't see us going for a nice long swim in the.
A lot of us
Mariana
have dark vision, or like
Yeah.
my sword can glow even underwater.
Oh,
so
yeah.
like we've got ways around it.
So,
If you want to just hand over the deed to the store and flip the sign to closed, like that's fine too.
And let us have the pick of whatever items.
Well, yeah, we'll keep all the items. Just take the gold and leave.
So, I'll just go. Well, if the Candle of the Deep is about 120, and you average that this would be about 65, do you think that you could throw in perhaps a shield in there too? Perhaps a minor magical shield that might do something that is mildly interesting, and we call that the deal for the Candle of the Deep armor and the minor magical shield.
1 second. Yeah, I have like one space that I can find like all of these things, but it's like poorly organized.
Is it the Excel file?
No, it's okay. Okay, yeah, the one that was like holy shit level expensive, that was a very different site, or that was a very different place. So it looks on his, so he offers about 600 on the two-headed crocodile. The other one that I was seeing was like 16,000, and I'm like, I don't think that makes sense.
Must be a really low magic campaign for it to be that expensive.
Yeah.
Butch. Hi, Butch.
Oh,
No, Butch.
Bruce. Is that your hound of ill omen?
But yeah, little hound woman.
Sure. So, Dauphin, go ahead and roll me a D100 for the chance he has a magical shield on hand.
Please don't have a sucky roll this time.
I don't even want to hear it.
Hey guys, I got a drop. I told someone I'd call him after 10. But this was
Okay.
really fun. I'll see you all next week.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Bye.
So, yep.
See you,
ya.
Casey.
15.
That's like a depends on who.
Yeah, that's
I
a,
don't
number.
want.
If it, if
that's
it's
essentially
a
a natural. It's essentially a natural one.
oh,
Yeah.
like if it's in combat situation, typically.
It's more like a dirty one.
It is more like a dirty one. That's fair. I'd say 5 and below is the natural one.
Yep.
So it says, well, I've got matching shield to go with the armor if you like. It's normal there. And that'd cost you another 10 gold, so not much there, but give you both the armor and the shield, total of 75, and then for the what do you want to sell, the rope or the candle of the deep?
Thinking the candle of the deep.
Right. Now I could give you the difference in price in gold, or unless you want to keep looking for other things.
Would you happen to have any magical jewelry that might be able to protect me?
Perhaps.
We're also looking for a spear.
Huh?
She heard something she could throw.
Yeah, I was like, wait. I hear something about a spear, and that sounds like something I could throw. Although, I don't know. All these items in here look kind of expensive.
I do use a spear, a magical spear. That would be certainly very interesting. I wonder the difference in feeling of stabbing.
Right.
I bet you both would love a lightning javelin.
Oh my god.
Does it now? If I throw it, does it come back to me?
No.
That's exactly the point of it.
It will
So,
be a shocking outcome.
with the lightning javelin, would it be something like perhaps cause a tidal wave to happen, and she throws the javelin, and everyone just gets electrocuted?
Sounds like a powerful
My
combo.
battle axe. I like my battle axe more.
You can throw that.
No, I'm not going to throw my battle axe. It's a little more sentimental than that.
We could get it enchanted with lightning.
Oh, that kind of sounds kind of cool. I mean,
Or
listen, it'd
weapon
be like
of
Thor's
returning.
hammer, but it's a
Oh,
Thor's.
God. It's like what is it? Stormbreaker.
Hmm.
Instead of the hammer, actually a giant axe. I think Dro would chime in. Do you handle enchantments or do you handle just selling of already enchanted magical items?
Oh, it'd be a little disappointing if I couldn't make some of my own, if I was always having to purchase from others.
Do you take commission or requests by chance?
Hmm. Occasionally. Depends on what you have in mind and how much time you have. Admittedly, enchanting is not a fast process.
That's fair. What if I'm not an expert and he's gonna walk up to where only he can hear? Maybe Dolphin, if he's standing right there. The spell message. I take it you're familiar with it.
I am.
Is it possible to enchant a simple item to, say, activate a set message upon a particular trigger? Basically, out of game, Dro is asking for a recorder.
Hmm.
We've been trying to reach you about your extended car warrant.
Just leave little stones that say we've been trying to reach you at everyone's doorstep.
Not impossible. Hmm. Would probably take me, maybe about a week or so to get something like that done.
I hope you do not mind my listening into this quiet conversation that was quite close to me. But would you be able to make this item a little bit faster if it already has the enchantment of message on it?
So, an item that already has message, but just adding the keyword function to it
Essentially, yes.
and playing externally.
Yes.
I believe so.
I don't think the key trigger would be a word.
What do you have in mind?
Condition, I guess, if it's met.
A wide range of. It'd have to be a very specific set of circumstances. Wouldn't be able to be open-ended.
I'm pretty sure she's pretty straightforward. And he'll lean in and hopefully no one would hear it. But he would say, my death.
Right. I think I'd have to work with a blood cleric on that. But I think the fundamentals are possible.
Hoping that that trigger never happens. But you said a week?
I think it could be done in about the same amount of time. Since we don't have to account for the setting and executing on a variety of possible keywords, since it's only a single trigger, a more complex trigger, but only having to account for one and not adaptability, could be done.
And this would trigger the message spell, correct?
We could do that. I
Right.
assume a set message.
Correct. And this would go to one or multiple individuals.
Doing more than one would increase the complexity and in price. But
What?
I believe it's possible.
If it was for multiple individuals, what would the price be? Compared to a single individual.
Approximately 60% increase on top of the base.
Which would be
Something like that, I'd say. About 800 is the base.
It's not gonna work. Okay.
I understood that it could be a little pricey, but if you ever have more available funds and still want a contingency, feel free to come back.
I'll keep it in mind.
There. Just don't go a dime before you figure your options out.
Don't plan on it.
Right. And then he's gonna turn back to Dauphin. As far as rings go, unfortunately, I don't think we have anything on hand at the moment. If you're looking for just added protection overall,
Was the pun intended?
missed it. If there was a pun, I missed it.
You do not have any rings on hand?
Ah!
It is my sense of humor. It is the wordplay. You get used to it reading a lot of books.
He looks a little more awkward than he should at a basic pun like that. Give me an insight check.
Oh my gosh, you made this poor shopkeep so
16.
In his awkward reaction, which even in this moment you, Dauphin, are successful at recognizing, he looks down at his own hands and then kind of like snaps out of it and is like, no, that's accidental. Nice catch, however.
It was quite a funny joke you made, even if it was unconscious. Sorry, subconscious. Not unconscious.
not yet.
Knock out the shopkeep and steal all of his stuff.
Listen, Yaslin is a barbarian, but she's not that barbaric, okay? 800 gold, outrageous pricing.
Start the murder hoboing.
Yay.
All right. He says, I'll tell you what. Are you really looking to get rid of those gators that you got there?
If the deal is right, then I would be willing to part with them. But it must be a very good deal.
offer you a wish scroll for those gators. Golly
A
gee!
ring of 3 wishes? I just found this ring in the back of my shop.
I wish that I was brilliant and intelligent, and I wish that there was water everywhere that we could
No,
always
no,
swim.
no. I am not
I wish-
aquatic.
And I wish that people would not keep secrets from me.
That's 4 wishes. The last wish is invalidated.
I forgot to wish for more wishes. Ah!
He's like, and he's like, for the rope, the gators, and the coin. Or the rope, the rope, the gators, and the candle. You come back in 2 days, maybe even tomorrow night. I can upgrade the strength of the shield itself. I'll give you even more protection.
But by how much?
A bit. Not ridiculously, but more than you would get without a new enchantment. Mostly because, I'll be completely frank, I'm giving you a deal here. I don't think I'd be able to sell this to just about anybody else. Most folks have given me a very strange look of repulsion when they've seen it. You're the first that seemed excited. So I'm a little eager to get it off my hand.
Why, this is very interesting. Perhaps instead of the golden crocodiles, we can consider the coin of delving?
The coin is worth only a bit more than the coin itself.
This is true, but if I am the person who is interested in purchasing these items, and you have said it yourself that you are having trouble trying to sell them, it might be that you are going to be stuck with the bones of random people in your shop for quite a while before someone else comes along looking to buy it.
which is what I'm aware of. Go ahead and give a persuasion check.
It's a flat 14.
Flat 14. Says, look, usually I sell the increase on defense for a shield at a bit above 1,000. For your 3 together, roughly a little less, 920s are what I could sell those for. I'm already taking a loss. I'd be eating it about 500 gold with that deal alone. I don't think that I can go any lower than that.
I see. So I have one more magical item that might be interesting. You see, these crocodiles, they're not something that I really want to part with, unless the
Sure.
deal is just absolutely good. These are what I would assume to be one of a kind. Never found anything or seen anything like it. And so, the final magical item that I have, I'm gonna
take off his earrings. He's going to say, "These earrings allow the wearer to cast message. These are earrings of message. Is that what they're called?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, an earring of message. This is an earring of message. How about I add in the earring of message, the coin of delving, the candle of the deep, and the rope of mending. And you will do the normal increases. We will leave the golden crocodiles alone. And you should be able to get quite a bit of gold for each of these, and even at an upcharge, as they are found in rare places near the ocean or inside of the ocean. Not everyone can swim to the bottom of the ocean without being crushed by the pressure.
Now that is interesting as I stall for my webpage to load.
All I think of is like, not everyone is the Titanic.
Dro is stepping back behind people when he pulls those out because he's wearing the exact same ones.
A matching pair of shiny.
Well, he's
earrings.
got the
Oh.
same. I don't know if they look the same, but
Probably don't look the same.
no.
Oh, that's funny.
He just kind of looks like what?
Where did you get that?
As he says, one of a kind. Dro's just stepping back.
Like awkward.
Okay, maybe the earrings aren't one of a kind, but like, you know, everything else. Yeah.
I mean, they
Ocean
probably
girl,
look different than Dro's too.
I really need to. I have a loot system, but I don't have like a pricing system yet. That is now going high on my list. This is organized so stupidly. Like I have to switch between all the different source books instead of just like grabbing them all at once.
How fun it is to be a player and throw curveballs constantly.
Oh yeah. All right, I'm just gonna brute force this real quick. Sorry.
Dolphin, for somebody that doesn't have a lot of experience with this, you're doing a great job here.
I am. Why, thank you very much. That is quite a nice compliment.
This is great negotiations you're going through.
I think I understand a little bit more about the conversation and trading. You see, I just really wanted to be able to defend myself and defend what I needed to, and I felt very strongly about that. Is in trading, you normally feel very strongly one way or the other? It makes you a better trader?
I wouldn't say it usually works in your favor like that, but you know what you want and you're going about it the right way.
Perhaps I might make a good businessman.
Screw it. I'm just gonna say earrings of message would be about. The utility's higher. Sure. Yeah, we can make that work.
Very well.
So, those three, and I'll get you a shield that's worth having on you and it's not likely to crack up.
Wonderful. The shield, the armor, should I return tomorrow evening?
The armor you can take today.
Oh.
And the shield, I'll make it a little fancier in another day or two.
Oh, a fancy bone shield. I did not see myself having this one day, but I thank you, and I accept this deal. Dolphin's gonna go ahead and take out the candle of the deep, the coin of delving, the earring of message, and the rope of mending, and set them on the table.
All right. And in return, you get spiked armor, spiked bone armor specifically, and you will wind up with a +1 spiked shield.
Awesome. figure out how to remove these from my inventory in. Ah, here it is. Delete.
Mm-hmm.
Delete. Delete.
Pricing
Dolphin, we may want
for all
to
of this
send
would
for
not be though.
a certain tattoo artist also if we're going to be in town for a couple of days. You might benefit from having a similar tattoo that I've got.
This tattoo, what does it do?
It's relative to the claw of the insignia, if you heard of that.
I have not heard of this.
Okay. And Bagara's like, all right, now, everybody out. I've got a new commission to work on, and I best get started before the rush comes. Now.
Insignia of claws, that's what it was. But yeah, appreciate all of your help here today.
You're very welcome. I appreciate the patronage. Alright, I'm gonna have to figure out pricing, because all of this is not working the way that I wanted to. I thought I had better references than this guy's. Sorry.
Suddenly we are rich and
Right?
I did not realize how effective my starting magic items that we had talked about would end up being. It's like,
Mhm.
didn't know they'd make so much money off of it. But I'm not complaining.
you be how magic items are.
That is true. You said it was spiked armor, right? Spiked
Yep,
bone
spiked armor. Mhm.
Julio.
Yeah. Alright, and before you go, he's able to like kind of fit them a little bit to your smaller frame. Because they do have like leather straps and bits to kind of collect them all together. And he's able to adjust those for you so it will fit you even though you're kind of thinner.
Well,
Okay. Well, with that, let's go ahead and wrap it up because I know it's late for poor Noah over there on the
nearly
East
1
Coast.
a.m.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
oof.
But thank you guys very much. Happy to be back with you, and hopefully we'll get into a scrap or something next week because reasons.